Dolores, can you talk so that I can see if I can hear you?
Sure thing. Can you hear me
No,
now?
I can't hear you.
Try.
I'm going to go out and come back in.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. See if I can hear you.
Victoria, the mayor was having trouble hearing me talk. And it may be as simple as like F1 or increasing his speakers because I could hear him perfectly. If you're there.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Trustee Rogan. How are you?
A little sniffly, but other than that, okay. I think it's the wildfire smoke.
It's all the smoke. Yeah, everybody's
Yeah.
easily. Yeah.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you.
Good.
Dolores, can you hear us now?
I sure can.
We can't hear you.
Try.
I can.
So
So you and I will talk, Dolores. Just you and I will talk.
Okay.
I feel like
You
it's
can hear me?
I
Okay,
can
I can
repeat
hear
that you
Trustee
tried
Rogan.
that.
Yeah, it's all the way up.
I can
about-
also hear you.
Hey, everyone.
Where's your
I can hear the
volume?
mayor.
I'm gonna find your keys.
Now we can hear the mayor, Victoria.
I think we're okay now.
Can you hear us?
You can hear us. No,
Yes.
yes, we can hear you. We can
We
hear
can't hear you.
you.
Make a note.
Let me turn off the background.
Is your speaker
Hold it
off?
up higher. We can't see it. Can you read that?
No.
I can't
No,
either.
neither.
Oh, I don't know how to turn. Oh, here we go.
This is what happened last time too.
Let's see. Where's my camera? There we go. F1
Right.
or F3.
Dolores, I'm at my computer now.
I can hear you.
Yep,
Yep.
we can't hear anything on the mayor's, and we've tried logging in a couple times.
Did you try F1? Sometimes that's like your mute. Just hit F1 on his or F3 to turn it louder. That might help.
Let me try that.
She said to push F1 and see if that helps. Okay, did that do anything?
Can you hear us now?
No.
No? Try
And then
F3.
try F3. How about now? Can you hear us?
We can hear you perfectly.
We can't hear you. Anybody else have ideas?
Are his speakers turned all the way up?
Is the volume
Last time
all
when
the
this
way up?
happened, we did a hard shutdown and let it sit for a
Well,
minute.
there's two places. There should be one here and then there
You can
should be
also
one there.
right click the picture
Oh,
of
you're-
the little
oh, yeah,
speaker in
going
the
up.
right corner and make sure that
That's really
under
loud.
the settings is set to whatever your external speakers are.
I think it just comes right out of
Get
his
started.
computer,
I
Brandon.
know.
Yeah, there may be multiple audio
Do we
cards
have,
or something though.
Another computer?
Just need to make sure it's set to whatever the internal audio card is.
You have your little speakers on the bottom right and make sure they're not muted.
Yeah, we've been down to the bottom right. And those are not, and we've tried the F1, F3, we've tried a couple things. He wants to know if there's another computer, Dolores, anywhere he might be able to use.
Yes. Go around. It was, I believe it's in the records room or.
Sorry, you guys.
Oh, can you
the
hear
one
us now? Mayor, can you hear us?
No.
Mm-mm.
So
There should be one in either Marissa's office or where Deb was sitting at Yanni's office. The laptop is there, Victoria.
Okay, all right. Well, I know I'm the one supposed to be getting this started.
Let me grab one off of Yanni's desk.
All right.
All right, can you guys still hear me? Will someone try talking, please?
I can hear
Yes,
you.
I can hear you. Yep.
Let's see, volume. Someone keep talking.
Test, test. Can you hear us?
No, not there. Let me do one other thing. Doesn't make a lot of sense that you guys can hear us. Where's your, there should be another Windows here. Oh, settings. Where's your settings? Settings. Huh. I think we're gonna have to do something different.
You could call in with a phone and use that for audio.
Settings. Do you remember ever seeing, oh, right here, PC settings. Where's sound?
Since I'm so close, I think I might just run down to town hall and see if I can help.
That would be
Let's
awesome.
see.
Okay.
No,
I don't know,
says we're at
Victoria. I
100%.
don't know if Victoria heard that or not.
Well, she can't hear you on the mayor's computer.
I know.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do that. I'll be down there in 2
Holly, if
seconds.
you want, I can head down there. I don't know if she had the keys to get into the records room. That maybe have been the issue. So you guys can go ahead and get started and I'll go run down and see if I can't get him another laptop. That will make it through the evening.
Okay. So should I go too or no? Yeah.
No, go ahead and stay and that way you guys can participate and I'll go try to find him another laptop.
Okay.
How about
Okay,
going
thanks.
into Dolores's office and using hers?
She takes hers home.
Oh, she does.
Yeah, but she took hers home to work. We're gonna log off and try again, I guess. Unless somebody, we can't see it, Holly. Come in a little closer, right there. Keep going. Move it over a little bit. The other to your, there. Shut all applications and restart computer, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You go in your office and start.
Well,
Well, I mean, it seems to me this part of the workshop is mainly initial budget presentation and request for ideas by the town administrator. So, you know, as long as she's trying to work with the mayor's computer, there's not a whole lot that we can proceed with that I see.
your town of Lyons? You don't? Dolores or Kim, I could have him use Brandy or Ariel's if one of you could write them and find out their password for me. He does not know his login or password for the town of Lyons.
Is this meeting going to happen in the next 15 minutes?
Yes.
It's ridiculous.
I know. Dolores, can you do that, please? Or Kim? I'm going to write
Dolores is
Ariel.
on her way to town hall right now, so I can't be Dolores.
Okay. Okay. I didn't realize that. We're going to go ahead and get started. He told me to while he's trying to do that now. There she is. Let me get her situated and then we start. Dolores, if we can get Brandy or Ariel. Brandy is much more than Ariel has it. But if Brandy would give us, or if you know another guest name to check in as. Okay. All right. Yeah, he even was here a half hour early, thought he was set up. So I don't know what happened. So, welcome. Nice to see everybody. Tonight we are supposed to actually, according to our budget calendar, August 16th, we're supposed to start kicking off our 2022 budget preparation. But the auditor has asked for that time slot, so I moved this up a couple of weeks. And hopefully you were able to take a look in your packet. I do have a PowerPoint presentation that I'll share, and we can kind of use that as our talking points now that we have an hour, but I think it's okay. We can get through it. I do want to give you a quick update. I did have made another offer to a finance director today, so we will see how she responds. She is wanting more money than what I think her experience offers on our scale, but she's used to working in Broomfield, where just as a budget manager, she was making over $100,000. So she's going to have to make some decisions, though she's really excited about small town and broadening her scope. So we'll see if she takes it. I'm not 100% sure she will at this point. It's quite a big gap, but hopefully. But in the meantime, she is a budget specialist. So if she does start, she'll be able to pick this up after this meeting today, hopefully. So I'd like to share my screen if I can to put on the PowerPoint that was in your packet. And let's see. Okay, can everybody see that all right? Thumbs up from, okay, great. Okay, so here we are again. Another year has already gone by, and it's time for us to start thinking about the 2022 budget. It feels really uncomfortable doing this before we've closed out 2021, but it is just the timing with the auditors. They're saying August 16th, they'll present the audit and it's on the agenda to accept it that night. I did go ahead and put in a request to the state for an extension just in case we needed it, in case it doesn't get past that night, but hopefully it can be. I am meeting with them this Thursday to talk about more of the detailed recommendations, so I have not even had that yet. That having 2021 not closed out and not having a good snapshot midway through 2022 makes this process pretty awkward, but there are several things we can still get started on in the meantime. So you should have all received a budget calendar that has the dates to keep us on track to adopt the budget within the state statute. I guess the biggest thing right now is people available on that Saturday that we need to have the study session, which is October 16th currently. And if not, then we'll need to find another date for that. Okay, I see a thumbs up. Okay, great. All right, so as of right now, if you could put that date on your calendars, that would be really great so that we can hopefully stay on track. So the next item on our process is for the Board of Trustees to set some priorities and direction for the staff to follow as we put together the bones of the budget. And as part of that, I did put in a little budget discussion prep worksheet. Hopefully you guys took a few minutes to think about. And once we get through this presentation, we'll start in on that. I did want to reiterate kind of what else happens throughout this process. Basically, the town administrator and the finance director have the overall responsibility to prepare and present an annual budget to the Board of Trustees that ensures that we are meeting the budgetary guidelines of the state at a fund level. And what that means is we do not follow a line item budget, we follow a fund budget. So if the general fund is within its revenues and expenditures, that meets state compliance. It's not a line by line, although of course we try to follow that the best we can to keep us on track as a fund. The administrator and the finance director will also be the group responsible to present the general fund budget. The department heads will be developing their operating budgets for each of their different funds that they work with. Any board and commission requests that you have, we'd like to get those back by September 15th. I'm hoping that all of them will meet at least once, if not twice, between now and then. So if you would also put that on your list of to-do items. It's not an overall free-for-all, it's not a guarantee, but it's nice to have some basic ideas of what goals they would like to get accomplished next year so that we can build those into the budget as the trustees see appropriate. Does that work for everyone? September 15th? Good. Then the staff has to present a draft budget to the board, and that has to be no later than October 4th for you guys to then host public hearings, make any adjustments, and then adopt it at the November 1st meeting, if at all possible. And like I said, we can get some extensions on this as well if we need them, but that's our goals we're shooting for to be within the statutory requirements. This is just kind of an overview of our budget since we only do it once a year and lots has happened in between. Our main sources of revenue that you guys will be reviewing and helping to make decisions about. The main source, of course, is taxes. Property tax and sales tax are our two biggest taxes, almost equal anymore in percentage. They're over 40% of our budget each. We have other things called specific ownership tax, franchise tax or fees, highway users tax, cigarette tax, lodging tax. So each of those are areas of revenue that we will be projecting. Under licenses and permits, there's business licenses, dog licenses, liquor licenses, planning and building permit fees, marijuana licenses, floodplain permits, waste hauling, short-term rentals. So that's a much smaller piece of our budget, but nonetheless a portion of it. Intergovernmental revenue is, we get county road and bridge money. We get severance and mineral taxes. Any kind of revenue we get from Boulder County gets counted in this area, or state revenues other than grants. Grants we don't count unless we know we have them. We don't project those unless it's a definite thing. Then we have other categories that are much smaller, but charges for services, fines and forfeitures, other income that we might get from lease rentals, investment income, or transfers from other funds into the general fund. So this is just, like I said, some of the ways, our main sources of revenue that we will be projecting coming over the next year. Expenditures. This is kind of an overall snapshot in talking with other communities and talking with Director Johnson before she left. In the category of expenditures overall, we are expecting that operating expenditures may be slightly higher than 2021. We're saying that because we are seeing an increase in prices overall. Everything from, products to service rates. So we are expecting that operating expenses will be slightly higher. We also know that our parks are now, every year they age, the maintenance needs there will increase. So we need to consider those this year. And then boards and commissions is, again, just a reminder of things that they might be asking you for. The other things we'll be covering over the next couple of months will be staffing. What staffing changes need to be discussed, need to be considered. Do we need to look at salary and benefit adjustments? That's one of the largest operating expenses within any budget is your staffing. So that's definitely an area we're going to want to talk about. And then transfers is something internally I need to be watching for any grants that might come into another fund to make sure those get transferred to the correct funds. And then the capital improvement program, as you guys know, we are setting aside money every year for that. We need to make sure that gets into the operating account that will be paid. And then capital equipment needs and projects. So we'll be talking about those. So tonight is really a high level discussion. I'm going to actually take these screens off, but you have that budget discussion prep worksheet that also has these questions on it. Tonight, what I'd like to do is just kind of get a feel for the board to see if everyone feels the same on what we're thinking for what type of sales tax can we anticipate, what kind of changes. What are we feeling about property tax? I'm assuming no one is very thrilled to look at increasing those further this year. But these are some of the issues that I need to get some just direction from the board. We won't be voting on it so that I can put together that skeleton budget. Okay. So I'm going to take this down for now. And instead, I'm going to put up a couple questions that I'd really like to talk to the board about. So it doesn't appear that the mayor's back on yet, does it?
Oh, yeah, he is. He's back.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
I can hear you loud and clear. I had to update my Zoom, strangely enough. So it's working fine.
Okay, great. So in your packet was this little budget prep discussion worksheet. And as you guys kind of talk about or give me your thoughts on these items, I'll jot them down and use that as some guidance overall of what kind of trends we are expecting in 2020 that we might be expecting in 2022. So I think just to even before we get to budget, I know that there's still, 6 months of this year left. So August, 5 months. I kind of want to talk to you guys first of all about what are some of the projects that are really important to you that you want to get done this term that we have not talked about or that are not on the radar already. Are there any of those out there right now?
I mean, I think we've talked about most of them. Are you suggesting something that we haven't discussed in this term?
Well, if they're on trajectory to be done, that's great. But is there anything out there that is really something that one of you in your term made, a commitment that you were going to try to get this or that done that is not on our radar that we need to get out there yet? We have 9 months. I know I'm going to make sure that, like curbside limb pickup, that's done in the spring next year, not wait till summer. I know that's important.
Trustee Miller?
I would like to see the wood chipper come back.
Oh, in the budget?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was it again?
The wood chipper. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And we kind of broadened that a little bit, kind of as a follow-up to the fire risk workshop we had recently. And would there be, I mean, it seems like a wood chipper can not only be used for curbside limb pickup, but if we're clearing out open spaces or the Martin parcel or parks or buyout properties, whatever, are there additional items of equipment for, dealing with brush and grass and, fire materials out in our open space areas? Because we have quite a lot of those on the periphery of town, and it seems like that's something we should focus on.
Okay.
Trustee Rogan.
Yeah, along those same lines, and I agree, and it may sound kind of silly, but we might want to look at goats.
Okay.
If we do goats, we get goat cheese.
Now you're talking.
That's your job, Trustee Caravis.
Trustee Wall.
I know this is probably underway, but I would really like us to see us generate some revenue from the sale of the parcel on Apple Valley.
Okay. Interestingly, I haven't really had a chance to talk to you guys about this yet. It's on our next agenda to update you, but sounds like Longmont might even be interested. Interesting.
Trustee Miller.
I would also like to see some no parking signs for like fire lanes. And
You cut out.
Interesting. Uh-oh, we can't hear you all of a sudden.
All of a sudden, we can't hear you, Trustee Miller. It stopped at fire lanes.
we need signage
Okay.
for that, and potentially still some movable speed bumps and a couple more flashing lights for pedestrians, particularly near the Weecasa transition from near Plant Bluegrass on the west end of town, and by the bank of the west, right there where the kids cross for school, which we had in the budget at one point in time for those, at least the where the Bank of the West was, and for some reason that one has not been purchased yet.
Okay.
I believe, Trustee Miller, we also budget for the one right across from Town Hall in the Laverne Johnson Park as part of that program.
Yes, that's another place that is,
We did budget for that, Mr. Simon, several years ago.
There was talk.
Then there was a delay with CDOT. Did we just not get back to it, or did something else happen? I can't remember.
I'm not really, I don't know for sure. I just know there was also one by St. Vrain Market too. So we can, now that we know that's a good suggestion, we can get you an update on that. I don't know if the money ran out or we had to prioritize or what it was, or if CDOT said only so many feet between, but we'll bring back a report on that.
Yeah, it's CDOT.
Okay. Right, any other projects or policies or something, anything like that, that we really need to try to get done this term so that you can all feel good that you accomplished what you set out to do? Mayor
Well,
Pro Tem.
I think we'd all like to see the wastewater treatment facility situation finalized, that's for sure.
Yeah, that one I don't, yeah. Okay. Trustee Browning has hand up.
We had, I believe, budgeted this year, kind of like the first phase of street upgrades. We had that whole street improvement project report of prioritizing stuff. And I've kind of lost track of where we are on that. And that's something in terms of prioritizing capital projects for next year.
Okay.
If anybody has driven up and down Second Avenue after the recent rains, it's just, and I know that one may be still too expensive to do, but just looking at that, there's 3-foot drops in where the temporary asphalt's washed off, and there's trenches there, and people are trying to park there to access local businesses, and it's just it's horrible. It really
Okay.
is.
Well, let's move on to that one. So capital projects that you think, this is just your individual thoughts, should be prioritized over the next year or two. Lots of hands on that one, Mayor.
Oh, I can see that. Trustee Rogan.
I'm not sure whether this is considered a capital project or not, but I think it has time to digitize all of the town's records. And I know that is a gigantic undertaking, but you know, if one more disaster means that all of the records could be lost, and doing so, I think would really help town staff become more efficient. I mean, if you could search by keyword for a record that's 40 years old, I think that would probably help you guys a lot. So I don't know if that's something that is considered a capital project or not, or whether that's something that may be covered by a resiliency grant of some kind, but I would like to make that a priority for next year.
Great suggestion. Trustee Caravas.
Kind of goes along with what Kenyon indicated about generating revenue. Is we seem to be held back on development by hydrant pressure. I know Aaron Kaplan is working diligently on that. We've made some great strides, but getting our water system looped so that businesses and homes can expand the way they want to without being turned away or turned down on permits by the fire department would, I think, be beneficial.
Great, thank you. And Trustee Wong had his
Along
hand up.
those lines, Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to talk about water?
I had another capital project just
Okay.
put into the hopper, and this may come up for discussion to some extent in our meeting tonight, and it's something I wasn't really aware of being an issue till recently, and I'm still fuzzy on the details, and that's extending 3-phase power to what is really the main block of downtown between 4th and 5th Avenues. Apparently that's come up recently because of one business, but it apparently affects multiple businesses. And I raise that as a possible town budget issue and also as a possible URA budget issue, because it seems like improving deficient infrastructure to benefit multiple businesses downtown is right down the alley of what the URA should be doing. So that's, whether that belongs on town or URA side or both, is something we can talk about. But I think that that deserves some study.
I'm still concerned about the Apple Valley water line. I don't think it's as solid as it should be. I worry about it all the time. I'd certainly like to see a program to replace some of the archaic clay pipes. And then the drainage through Nortonville from up above, I think could cause a lot of damage to town. So I'd like to address that. EC expansion of utilities and paving in Old Town commensurate with the other newer neighborhoods. I think all of those need to be done. I know it's expensive, but I think it should be on our radar for sure. Trustee Miller.
I know we have some fairly significant sewer issues too up on the west side of Highway 7 near Ewald area, Prospect Ewald area, and then up on the other side of 5th near what is it, Stickney, I think. There's some pretty significant sewer issues up there, and again, we're gonna end up having to address those, and have had to address those in the past 5 years by kind of patching them up here and there, and keeping the pipes flushed a little bit more, and they're just going to continue to deteriorate because they're so old. So I think that it's time to replace some of those.
And I think Trustee Law.
Do you have anything, Trustee Watt?
Yes, I'd like to see some road improvements in Old Town. I've talked about this many times before. It's been kicked down the road. I'd like to see some progress made, especially with drainage and so forth. So,
Well, I doubt, just so you guys know, that is a lot for a year or two, but this might be perfect timing too, because as you guys know, we have all these master plans. So this helps us prioritize those master plans by what you think the public and the residents, would be most benefited by. So this is really good time with this ARPA money, since most of it is sewer, water. Well, we have broadband, but I think stormwater might fit in some of that as well. So those are great suggestions. Thank you. We'll get those on our list when we present that. We can put them in this order if it's appropriate to do so based on engineering stuff. So that's great. Thank you. How about from your commission levels? Is there something in particular that as you guys phase out early in 2022, this group as a whole, are there things that you want to make sure the commission carries forward into 2022 to complete?
I'm a LAHC. Is that what you mean, those commissions?
Yes, those commissions. Is there something that you want to?
Two things. I'd like to see them submit a successful RFP for the depot, and also be successful in creating a creative district. Both of those.
Great.
Trustee Rogan.
Yeah, the Historic Preservation Commission, as you know, we passed the Historic Preservation Ordinance, and I'd like to see some outreach to owners of local historic buildings, business owners, and I know that might take some money. I'd like to see a marketing campaign so that we can get people excited about it and get them involved and actually get it going.
Okay, great.
Mayor Pro Tem.
It's going to be in my trustee report tonight, but the last park commission meeting, they looked at a couple of things with budget implications for parks. The one we talked about before, and that's getting the parcel both kind of cleaned up and useful as used as a limited use trail. And then they're also focusing on the condition of the dirt bike jump park, and it's starting to deteriorate and needs some work. And so the PRC and I think Director Cosgrove are both looking into what might be needed budget-wise for those two things.
And then is a small dog park still on their radar for 22?
It's been discussed, but I haven't said their last meeting coincided with the board meeting, so I don't know if it wasn't in the notes, but I think that's something else that's on the plan for future. But I think the other two are probably more immediate, as far as I know.
Sure. How about others? Is the Goodwill Grant something we want to continue to do in our 2022 budget? I see a couple nods.
Absolutely.
Yes, I see a few nods. That's something we want to continue to build in. Does it? Okay. Anything else that we should kind of anticipate from commission level?
Trustee Watt.
I think this probably already been discussed, but the fire-wise efforts of the PCDC, I think, need to be funded and supported.
Okay. Right. And of course, as we work through this process, this is by no means, the end. You can still talk and add things. This just helps me as staff to make sure we get certain things into the base budget. So it takes less time later. I kind of think
I've got one more.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Something I brought up before to not only this board, but the previous board is for the UEB to look at, especially since it came up with the net metering issues with people writing their letters about they want to charge people for the actual use of electricity. If we do that, we need to go all across all funds in order to make it fair and equitable. And that means something I brought up before, which is high cost of lift stations. So those on lift stations need to be paying surcharges. The UEB should be directed immediately to calculate those, because we're spending a couple $100,000 to replace the lift station that people on gravity feet aren't using it. So if we use the philosophy that a lot of us voted on the last meeting with the net metering, you've got to do the same thing for all the funds across the board, or it becomes somewhat discriminatory.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. My tolerance for a property tax increase is
0.
0, 0, 0. Anyone have any tolerance for any level? No.
Go ahead, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
0 would mean keeping it where we put it this year. Not we have capacity above our maximum mill levy left. So you're talking about not increasing the total mill levy, but basically freezing, keeping that gap. Is that what you're talking about with no increase?
Others, is that what you had in mind?
I was asking, when we say no property tax increase, that means we're not going to use, we wouldn't be using any of the additional gap between where our mill levy is now and what the maximum is. Is that what we're?
That's how I interpreted it.
That's right.
We will keep steady at where it is currently.
I agree.
Okay. I kind of thought that might be the case. Okay, how about the next one? It's looking into a crystal ball, of course, but I think that in 2022, sales tax will do what?
Increase 35 to 40%.
Wow, 35 to 40?
That's right.
Okay.
I think we're going to get into high gear.
How about others?
Mayor Pro
Over
Tem.
2021, I don't see that.
What do you think is reasonable?
10,
Hotel. Go ahead.
like 10 to 15%
Over 21?
over this year.
Mhm.
Maybe 10%, 12%.
Okay.
It doesn't count, Madam Administrator, unless you call it beforehand.
Well, again, this is something that we always, we look at the data provided by the state demographer. We look at what communities around us are doing, but we're unique. We're unique. We don't have the franchises other communities have. So this is always a guess, and we usually do pretty darn good. But I just would be interested, coming out of these 2 unusual years, what others think.
Mayor Pro Tem?
We need to clarify in terms of percent increase. Are we talking about percent increase in the budget figures for this year, which are going to be way under our collections? Or are we talking about a percent increase in the actual collections for this year? Because that's a big difference.
I can work with it either way. I'm wanting to think, what do we think is going to be different? What do we think sales tax will do next year?
Our budgeted sales tax receipts this year are way under what we're going to get.
Yes.
Because we were in COVID, we were trying to be conservative. We had no idea what was going to happen at the time we were doing the budget last year. So the actual receipts this year are going to be way above budget. So if you're talking about how much do we start with the actual receipts that we are going to get in 2021 and go and increase from there? Or do we look back at our 2021 budget and say, it could well go up 30% from that? In terms of
we look at both. We look at both.
To me, because the budget figures for 2021 were guesses in a COVID time, we should pretty much not start from that, but looking rather at the actual receipts for 2021, which is somewhat normalized compared to 2020, and work from there. And so I think from that, you'll see a lower percentage increase.
So I totally agree. I think we should base it on actual 2021. But do we think anything above that, or follow the trends of our neighbors?
Trustee Rogan.
It's such an interesting question, and I really think a lot of it's going to depend on what kind of development happens in the downtown when the hotel is built, if the market expands, if somebody moves into Mr. CPAC's building and what that business is. But I think that's all going to drive an increase. I do think sales tax is going to increase. I would hover around the 10% mark. I'm curious to know about if Mayor Angelo thinks that there's going to be a lot of people buying brand new cars in town or something. It's going to bump it up to 35%.
I think there's going to be a lot more online sales. That's what I think. I think it's become a norm, and I think it's going to expand exponentially, to be perfectly honest with you. And I agree with you. I would love to see sales tax generating businesses in downtown instead of 4 real estate offices, believe me, because that'll be nothing but a bonus. But I'm basing my projections on online sales, to be perfectly frank with you.
How about the other trustees?
Trustee Watt?
I agree with the mayor. I think we're going to see most of the drive come from online sales. I would put the estimate at 15% over actual collection in 2021, not over what was estimated.
Okay. Anybody else?
Trustee Caravas?
Everyone's pretty much hit right where I was thinking of, and I was basing my numbers off of actual 2021 collections or forecast collections, basically what we've seen so far the first 5-6 months. But yeah, I was kind of hoping for somewhere between 12 and 17 to 18% increase. So that kind of averages out to about a 15%.
Okay. Interesting. I'll keep you informed, of course, as we go through the budget process, but I have to have just kind of a snapshot. I think also depending on what might happen this winter, again, yeah, online sales might go up even more. So, okay, thank you for that feedback. That's interesting. The next item I jotted down had to do with staffing, and I know that all of you know that staffing is under my purview, but I do really respect and want to hear from you from an outside perspective that it seems that staffing needs adjusted where?
I think that we need to keep our flood recovery person because she handles projects and she's done a very good job. We'll be done with our flood recovery after the 4th Avenue Bridge, but I would like to keep her on for the other projects that are going to take place in town.
Okay. I know we hear from some other people who said they thought we should have someone, organizing grants and projects.
I would totally concur with that if she's interested in staying on, of course. I know it's a very demanding job, so yeah, but I think she does a great job, and in particular, and I think it's important position to have for a staff person here.
Trustee Rogan?
I think we need to expand the permitting and planning budget. I'm not quite sure what that looks like, but it seems like from where I sit, and it may not be the case, but it seems like staff is constrained, kind of hamstrung and unable to help people as quickly as people would like when it comes to the permitting process and reviews. So, I know we cut the budget by $50,000 last year and got rid of the full-time planner. So maybe it's not a planner person that we need, but somebody to help loosen that logjam and help people get done what they need to get done.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I'm still kind of coming from the same place on planners, but I agree. It may not be the actual planner, but how you walk people through the process and deal with things. And perhaps related to that is, I think that we need to, even though it may be a substantial salary increase from what we did in the past, I think we need a full-time code enforcement officer. I don't think the current system is, with an 18-hour part-time contract person, is working very well. And that's a hard position to fill. But I think a full-time person, as we had before, is much more attuned to what's going on in the community, is able to prioritize things better, learns to exercise better judgment in terms of what's important and what's not. And to a large extent, that position can pay for itself through making sure, for example, it's something in the report tonight, that all of the short-term vacation rental income is coming, making sure we're getting all the taxes from wedding vendors and mobile food vendors. There's a number of ways in which that position brings in revenue. And I think I'd like to see that happen. And perhaps maybe you look at redefining the title, not only like code enforcement, but advising potential new developments of what codes they're going to have to comply with. And so you might get them into the development review process in advance, instead of just after the fact looking at, are they complying with everything, but advising them in advance of, here's what you're going to need to do to run this particular type of business. You're going to need this license. We're going to require these kinds of inspections, that type of thing. So,
Trustee Juan?
Yeah, I was going to just say that I support Trustee Rogan's recommendation. I do believe, I think we made too deep of a thing. I know Mayor Pro Tem has some numbers there, but I just feel like we need to have a professional staff with experience. I think we have a good starting bit of staff. I think we need to have a planner.
Let's see,
I agree with that.
Trustee Caravas?
I'll take a little different approach at it. Is if you want, we want a planner, we need to have a finance director, parks director, utilities director, administrator. We're looking at 5-6 positions at over 100,000, over 120, depending on benefit packages for a town of 2,000 people. But we all said no tax increases. I'd be curious to know how all you plan to pay for that. I've brought up to this board since I've been on in 2016, and how is the discussion you and I just had a couple weeks ago, consolidation. Why is not Lions in the last 6 years since I've asked for it to get with other towns? Jamestown, Ward, Lions, Longmont, share engineer, share a planner, share this, share that. It would benefit many small towns. There are states in this country that have done that. They've done it with school systems. They've done it with actual town boards or town, services. At some point, rising costs with inflation going up the way it is today, and just what Victoria indicated, costs are going for what Parks has to pay for equipment, materials, same with Aaron, with our utilities. It's only going but up. We can only grow so much, as has been brought up by many people on this board. We only have a few lots in town left. Nothing's happening on the eastern corridor yet. How you plan and justify to 2,000 people, you've got 6 people making 100 to 120 plus thousand a year in a small town that doesn't generate that much. Property tax can keep going up. We can become Aspen, we can become Vail, we can become Steamboat. That goes against a lot of what everyone said at some point in time over the last 6 years after the flood of being affordable. Definition of affordable now after 2020 from what it was in 2016, I don't know. Changes. But I would say, if you add full-time staff, you add 2, how are you going to pay for it? All of a sudden, we don't repair roads. We can't take care of Old Town roads, Kenyon. Can't take care of hydrant pressure I've talked about. Our budget is not that big. Luckily, it's bigger than Wards in Jamestown. But we also have a lot more people coming through town, visiting, going through this, is using our roads, using our parks. It's getting expensive. So I come from a different approach. So I know it's not what town administrators want to do, which is share personnel. It doesn't always look good on, resumes when you go to CML conferences. You don't have that many employees under management. It's, I get it. I played the game before. But at some point, towns like Lyons, small towns here in the Front Range, we're going to have to figure something out. It's getting really expensive to run these towns. Canyon, kind of the 3-phase power thing. You expand, you guys grow. You need 3-phase power. Well, if we don't have it anywhere close to you, that's something a town needs to provide its businesses. And it's 2021. Who doesn't have 3-phase power through their main corridors? I was kind of shocked to learn that we don't. So I kind of look at it a little bit differently. So as we add staff, we might have to do that. We have to pay for it. And where do we take from the lists on Victoria's questions above this one? We all put priority what we want to do in capital improvements. Well, somewhere we have a really tough job coming. As I've mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned this board all this together, but the flood recovery and flood staff is over. The really hard work now begins. That is catching up. Victoria and her staff have to really catch up on things that we weren't doing for 6 years. We had to get flood recovery, we had to get bridges, roads, sewer stuff done, and we put off a lot of maintenance. Then we don't have the staff to deal with that also. So do we hire more staff for that? That stuff costs money. It's a vicious circle. I don't know the exact answer to that at all. But this is where I just explains what I'm being around my head on these numbers. And I'm not getting very good answers for myself. So
that's my job, to try to put it all together. We're not going to get all of these things, but it gives me a good snapshot of what things are the most important to you.
And I certainly appreciate your conservative approach, Trustee Caravas. I think that's very important for all of us to keep in mind. I will say one thing that I've observed in regard to planning is the process that now takes place, in that our planners meet with everybody that wants to do a project several times. So really there's no doubt in anybody's mind, or there shouldn't be, about what they need to do in regard to the process of developing. And I've been really impressed with Philip and Yanni in that regard of instituting that new process.
Okay, any other staffing that just from your perspective appears out of whack? Okay. Here again, crystal ball. I anticipate operating cost will increase or decrease, and if so, by what?
That's
Any
hard to
ideas on what you, if I presented you a budget and the overall operating expenses went up by 10%, you guys would, your jaws would drop? Are you thinking it's more in the 3 to 4?
I was going to say 15.
15?
I'd say 10 to 12.
Okay. Anybody else have any strong feelings on that?
I agree with Trustee Waugh, probably 10 to 12 if you had to guesstimate it.
Yep. Yeah, this whole process ends up being a guesstimate, but we want to make it reasonable. Okay, and then the last one that I listed, but by no means the end of the discussion, is what do you think for a town our size, or in relation to those that we are competing with for employees, what should be a reasonable contribution toward retirement?
I'm going to have to rely on you for this, Madam Administrator, because I have no idea. I'll be
What I
honest.
want to tell you is right now the town, you may not even know, because we're considered a very small community, under 50 employees, our only option for retirement up till just the last year or two has been to contribute to an individual retirement account. And the town has contributed 3% of the first 3%. And it's been that way for at least 15 years. It has not changed. And I do have employees asking if they're, if we can look at another, either a public employee's retirement or other options. And at what point, if the town is not able to keep up with inflation salary wise with our neighbors, can I take a look at retirement contributions? And so I'm happy to do that. I plan to do that actually with this budget session, but knowing where you guys work and what you're hearing, is there something that you think is reasonable? 3% doesn't get us very far toward retirement anymore. Anybody? And if not, that's okay.
So I'll jump in. I think, I'd like to look at the benefits packages in total. I think that retirement is one part of it. I think that there's also some opportunities for us to offer some benefits that could be non-cash. So is it possible to do 410s, or is it possible, work for 4 days for 10 hours a day? Are there other things that are attractive that maybe are not always cash? And then I think, I agree. I think it's a 3% match for up to your first 3%. So basically, maybe there's some options there that we can look at. And I think we can look at raising retirement a little bit, but I also think that there's a lot of things that we could do. Just flex schedules or some of that kind of stuff that we might be able to do to entice people to stay or to entice people to join us.
Trustee Rogan.
I agree with Trustee Juan. Along those lines, I think there are some things that may be lower cost than retirement contributions. For example, what about a childcare stipend? Or I don't know if there's a continuing education program at the town. But, you know, things that would make people's lives easier.
All right. We are going to, I am planning, I try to do a salary update every third year at the longest. And it is time to do that again. CML does a nice one and we can pick out our comparable communities. And some of you have been through that a few times with us, trying to pick out what is comparable, since you can't just use population, knowing where we're located, because we're competing with Boulder and Longmont for employees for sure. But coming up with that right balance. So I'm hoping to be able to get that done between now and budget adoption too, to give us a better snapshot of that entire package. How do you guys think the community would feel about a 4-10 work schedule? Think they would go for that in a small town?
If you balance it right.
Yeah, I mean, it's not everybody gets the same day off. It's
Yeah.
you balance out, and to Trustee Caravas's point, I think there needs to be some crossover. I know there is some now between staff, but you know, I think that could be an option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I just wonder what you think the tolerance might look like if someone came in and they aren't going to, you know, we have our community, you know, they like a response pretty quick. That's one of the things they value, I think, about being a small town. And if they have to wait an extra day because that person's on a 4, you know, just wondered what you thought. Because we don't have very much depth in our departments. That's one of our problems, is when one person is gone, there's nobody, you know, to replace them.
I've waited a lot longer than one day for responses from town staff. So I think it'd be fine if that occurred. So, you know, it is a little bit of a management challenge and it takes a little bit of forethought, but again, it could be a very good benefit. I hear it from my employees all the time. I know Julie hears it from all her employees every day. So I just think it's something that is really, especially with people getting used to working from home and kind of being in COVID, they're used to a kind of a different pace and a different activities. So
we also
doesn't have to be that. Again, I said things that are not costing money. There are ways to do this.
Sure. And Boulder County and the city of Boulder both went to 9 hours, and every other week you get that third day off. So there's lots of ways, but okay. So that's not off the table. Okay. Those are some of the guidelines I need to be able to address the largest line items within our proposed budget that we will be putting together. Are there other areas that were not listed here, or other items that any of you feel, you know, compelled to bring up or to mention as we put together this next year's budget? Good. Okay, well, this really helps me and the staff figure out some priorities and what kind of, you know, sales tax and property tax we should be working with. Like I said, those are the main revenue sources in the non-enterprise funds, so those are important. How about in regard to the enterprise funds? I should have added one there. In regard to potential for increases in water, sewer, stormwater, electric. I know that's kind of the purview of the UEB, you know, to bring a recommendation to the board about that, but no one is discussing it yet. And budget will be put together here over the next few months.
Are you talking about raising rates?
That's what I'm asking about.
Oh boy. The one thing that I do know is, and I would hope that we could hold off a little bit on that. is that in just a few years, we will not have we will have our bond paid off. And I think that saves us, how much does that save us a year? Administrator Simonson?
It's like, we do one, like 300,000 a year.
That's right, it's $320,000 a year. So I would just, I mean, you know what I hear more than anything else when I talk to people is how expensive their utility bills are. I really hear that constantly. And so I would just, I understand that we have to do infrastructure repair. I understand that, but you know, I just think that that we should be, if we can be, that we should be patient in regard to that, because we have that on the horizon. And it's one of the reasons that we couldn't put, you know, $6 million into our infrastructure repairs, is that we had to pay for that new system of Longmont treating our water. So I think that once that's paid off, you know, it's going to ease a lot of pressure.
Okay, anybody else?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Something that Trustee Caravas and I talked about the other day, and that is, and something that he's focused on in the past too. And I think we might need to take a fresh look at, is the Parks Fund really carrying its utility costs? For example, I mean, this summer, because of the river situation, parks had to be irrigated with potable water from Longmont. I think we looked the other day and it was like, there's like $14,000 for a total for utilities charged to the Parks Fund for this year. And that seems low to me. And the Parks Fund is in better shape. It's in the best shape of any of our funds. And the water and wastewater fund is in the worst shape of any of our funds. And we just make sure the Parks Fund, which is in comparatively better financial shape, is carrying its weight. And we don't have any subsidy going from the low balance fund to the higher balance fund. I think we need to look at that. I know it was done. There was a whole process years ago of making sure we were actually metering water use and electric use and so forth in the parks. And it may be time to take another look at that.
Okay. All right. How about any other issues? We have just a few minutes left. Is there any questions about how the process is going to work? Again, the role of the administrator and the finance director is to present to you a balanced budget based on priorities and guidelines from you. And then from there, we will fine tune it. So that's kind of how it works. This is not, you know, necessarily, you can suggest line items, but it's just, we need to present to you by October a balanced budget for you to work from. Okay. Questions, other comments we're missing?
Trustee Caravas.
Based on what you said, and Kenyon, you brought this up a little while ago about the PCDC and the wildfire issues the PCDC is working on. It took them, gosh, I think they started back in November, December last year, and we just heard about it. We're going into budget season, so everything else we just talked about, and I went on my diatribe about money, all of a sudden we're going to want to fund that issue also. So all of a sudden, any money's just become real tight. So we might want to consider, see if PCDC can come up with something before October 16th on, you know, what costs they're looking at for 2022 for BOT and staff to work on the fire mitigation.
Mm-hmm. And I'm really hopeful there's going to be grants out there for some of that, but they do need to kind of set expectations. What is it in a policy format they can do, and then actual hands-on work mitigation wise, because that's where the cost will come. As we know, you know, tree trimming is expensive, and then you start getting into actual mitigation, it's going to add up pretty quick. But it's okay. We'll set aside a little bit, but it'd be great if they could project.
Two things. I think a lot of things that we were talking about that we might be able to get grants for. Administrator Simonson, and I know how good you are at that.
Mhm.
And number two is, how did the discussion go with the uh, uh, potential finance director?
Oh, you were off, you were trying to reboot. I gave them an update that I have made an offer today and
Okay,
waiting to hear back now.
okay, good.
Trustee Wah has his hand yet.
Trustee Wah.
So I'd like to thank Administrator Simonson for putting together that list of questions. I thought it was a very good, productive conversation, very effective use of time. So I appreciate that.
Sure. It's just always so hard to know because individuals have ideas, and unless I didn't hear any major pushback on any of them, it just helps really give me some direction. So thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's it for now then. The next time I present a budget, the next time we meet will be, it looks like, gosh, it'll be in September when we present you a proposed balanced budget. So in between, we'll give you updates. It's going to be interesting without a finance director, so I'm hoping we can get somebody soon. But I've done this 11 or 12 times for the town, so I have a pretty good handle on it, and I enjoy budgeting. So it's just a time, the time issue.
All right, we'll see everybody at 7.
Okay, thank you.
All right. This is the first coffee I've had in 2 weeks, so if I go too fast, slow me down.
Could I make a request for a 9 o'clock break now?
Yes.
And Mayor, I'll make sure I touch base with Trustee Lowell about his input on those items as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. We're ready to go. Everybody's here. I'll call the Monday, August 2nd, 2021 regular Board of Trustees meeting to order. Could we please have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Rogan,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
Trustee Caravas,
Present.
Trustee Miller,
Present.
and Trustee Lowell.
Please all rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
will now take a reflective moment of silence, and I'll dedicate this for the over 625,000 victims of COVID. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Is there anybody that wishes to amend the agenda at this time? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yeah.
and Trustee Waugh.
Excuse me, did we take roll call from the meeting?
We did.
We did.
Oh, I don't know where I was. Okay, sorry.
Okay. The agenda is approved unanimously. Next is on the agenda is audience business. It's an opportunity for anybody in the audience to address the governing body at this time. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to do so? Please state your name and address for the record. Madam Clerk?
No, sir, there's no one with their hand raised. It seems to be a light audience tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Administrator Simonson, I know you're going to give the sheriff office report tonight.
Yes, I am. Sergeant Chris is unable to be with us tonight, but he did send along a written report. He wants to remind everyone that tomorrow night is National Night Out. That is scheduled tomorrow starting at 6 p.m. in Bone Park. Advertisements and media releases have been pushed out, and Deputy Rosenbro will be in charge of coordinating the event. If you haven't seen that schedule, this is an opportunity for people to come out, meet their fellow law enforcement, fire personnel, see the equipment up close, ask questions, and get to know your first responders. So hopefully people go out between 6 and I believe it's 8 tomorrow night or dark. He also wanted to send out a gentle reminder that in just 2 short weeks, school will be starting. And please, for everyone to pay attention to the speed limits, especially within school zones, and to watch for kids crossing the street, as for many it's their first year and they get pretty excited and might not be paying attention very well. And then lastly, he just wanted to report that the Rocky Grass Festival went very well from the sheriff's office perspective, and no problems noted, and that they are prepping for this weekend's Folks Fest. And that's all he had to report.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is trustee reports. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, the Parks Commission met on July 16th, or whenever our last meeting was. It was simultaneous with ours, so I wasn't able to attend, but I got draft notes of what they talked about, or draft minutes of what they talked about. So this will be a brief report. First of all, I'll remind everybody that August 13th is their dark sky night event, and they're requesting everybody in town, to the extent possible, to dim or turn out lights that night, because it's also a Perseid meteor shower night, and they're going to be gathering in Bone Park to try to enjoy the dark skies, and there'll be further publicity coming out on that, but from the PRC and the town staff. Couple of things they talked about in their meeting, I already mentioned during our budget talks. One is they're working on what's going to be necessary to proceed with the Martin parcel along the lines that we talked about as a limited use trail. So some cleanup and trail building, and possibly with a lot of volunteer help on that. And then the condition of the bike park, the dirt bike park, needs attention, and they're also working on what it would take to upgrade that, because it's basically a dirt facility that's deteriorating over time and needs some maintenance. And then they also had some extensive discussion about park closing hours. There's been some feedback from the community that an 8 o'clock closing is too early, but in talking with town staff and the park hosts, there's some time there, that if you close the parks at 8 o'clock, but not everybody leaves, and it can take the park staff 30 minutes to an hour or more to go ahead and remind people what the closing hour is. So if you move the closing hour till 10 o'clock, it could take park staff and park hosts till 11 or 11:30 to clear out the parks. And so it's not just you set a time and everybody automatically complies. But they are paying attention to that community feedback and trying to work with park staff about what makes sense, particularly in the off season. That's my report.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Rogan.
Yep, I'll start by saying I'm super grateful for this cool down in temperature as a person who lives without air conditioning. Very, very grateful for that. The HPC did not meet. There was not a quorum. The EBC met and discussed the comp plan mostly, and some other issues. There is still an opening on the EBC for one person who lives in town. It's a great commission, so anybody listening who's interested, please apply. And then the Consortium of Cities meets on August 4th at 6:30 p.m. Any trustee or staff member is welcome to attend. We're going to be talking about economic vitality, so we'll be hearing from all of the cities in the consortium about what their particular situation is, what their challenges are, and how they're meeting them. So that should be an interesting meeting. That's August 4th at 6:30, and I can forward the invitation to anybody who's interested.
Thank you. Trustee Caravas.
Let's see, the UEB met on July 21st. The next meeting was scheduled for this Wednesday, the 4th, but it has been canceled. The points that we went over and discussed, some of which you already know. There's a UEB consensus that town code needs to be updated to require engineer studies to provide details and planning of required utilities, any use of town lines infrastructure. They have noticed that, I think as many of you board members noticed, that projects it comes to us, then we start asking questions. It hasn't gone to the UEB yet. We ask engineering issues. other places that our UEB members have worked, when someone comes to the town for a permit for a building, for a business expansion, you come with those reports already, and then the UEB can review it and say, yeah, that meets the standards of our code. And then they can just let us know a yay or nay as a board. Should speed things up. So they are looking at that. The final 50 electric meters are being shipped soon, and it's hope they can be installed by mid-August. I think if you recall my previous reports, some of the new meters that we had ordered were delayed due to just typical supply chain issues. Let's see. In addition to those issues, our our energy provider requires 8 production meters that we need to put in. So we'll be ordering those. We'll putting those out for bid, here in August. We hope we get those ordered and installed hopefully by this fall. Let's see. As was mentioned also in our previous discussion workshop, single phase or 3-phase power was discussed. UEB general consensus was that town enterprise funds should not generally be used to support other town priorities such as economic development and encouragement. They feel this is a good idea for the URA. It provides 3-phase power for all of Main Street or High Street, the downtown corridor, and that's what the URA is designed for, and that should pay for it. Further discussion will go on with them concerning that issue, I believe, of whether an additional 3-phase hookup charge will be added to our LMC, and whoever pays it now, but that way everyone else paying it later on as they come online on that street or where we expand can also help pay for that. Let's see. The main stage wastewater treatment plant review was discussed, and we'll get into that later in our discussion. The one thing I have a question for staff is I noticed, looking back at my records, gosh, it's been probably this winter. We paid a pretty high bill for an electric to fix some lights by the ice rink. But all through the winter, spring, and still as I walk through the park, there is a rapid flashing LED light over at the ice rink. So I don't know if that was what we paid to get fixed or something else, but that rapid flashing light's been going on for quite some time. And for some reason, it just hit me the other day when I was walking through there that it's could be a strobe light issue that if someone has epilepsy, it could cause a problem because it is not in a pattern. It is just a rapid flashing straight. So we probably need to get that taken care of. If that's the one inline fixed way back when, they didn't do a good job. So we need to have that relooked at. That is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Miller.
I don't have anything per se. The Housing and Human Services Commission got canceled this last month because nobody could attend. We were all in different places. So yeah, we are trying to hopefully going to be meeting this month.
Thank you. Trustee Watt.
Good evening. I concur with Trustee Rogan. I'm grateful for the cooler temperatures as well as some rain, maybe not as much as we had, but some. And for terms of the PCDC, we've had 2 meetings since our last board meeting. One of those was the sprint setting meeting. So quarterly, the team gets together and basically puts together the priorities for the next quarter. For the next quarter, the priorities are the site and development plan review of and code update suggestions, presenting that to the BOT. The comp plan kickoff, of course, that will be occurring, here in the September timeframe. The fire task force, and also a review of the design guidelines. So at the meeting last Monday, all of those topics were discussed and are actively working on that. I think that these kinds of sprint meetings really allow the team to focus on getting some things done and really trying to put something actionable so that every quarter you can feel like something's getting accomplished. I think sometimes, especially with the Planning Commission, things take significantly longer than a quarter, sometimes longer than a year. So just being able to take time and define what a success or what completion of a step or a task is for the quarter is I think it's showing some results. This is the third one of these we've had, and I think it helps quite a bit. So the other thing is I'm going to be leaving after the consent agenda vote this evening. I'm in a different time zone right now, and it's too late for me to stay. Just stay on the board and be useful.
Thank you, sir. I also think that's a great idea, the PCDC. I'll state it again. I'm thankful for staff and hoping that our dear Marissa has a wonderful birth. She's going to be gone for 3 months. And on top of that, staff is shorthanded as it is. So I think that our staff is doing a terrific job. And that's what I'm thankful for. The Student Advisory Committee met. They elected Beck Farrell as the new chair. And I asked him to poll the committee and come up with the member who would like to participate in the CEMEX meetings. Other than that, I don't have anything else to report. Boards and commissions, do we have any reports tonight? No? Staff reports, flood recovery update, flood recovery, Tracy.
Evening, everybody. This is probably gonna be a quick update. The Second Avenue Bridge, we are still wrapping up a couple items. So in 2 weeks, they'll come out and put in a railing that's gonna go underneath the bridge along the concrete sidewalk. And they do have to put in some flow fill under between the abutment and the grade. So they're gonna hopefully get that scheduled in the next 2 weeks, and then everything should be complete. We do have a couple railings over by 207 Second Avenue that need to be replaced as well. The pedestrian bridge, we put the bridge fabrication out to bid and received 1 bid. And technically with federal funding, you cannot have just 1 bid. So we put it back out for 2 more weeks. And if that happens, you put it back out to bid, and then if you get 1 bid again, then it's okay. So we put it back out to bid for 2 weeks. So next week we should have a cost and a contract for the bridge itself. And then in September, we'll put the rest of the project out to bid for a prime contractor to install the bridge and put in all the trail and the paths. So that's kind of where we're at with that. So to start construction, probably September, October timeframe. We did today start mobilizing and to do the stormwater improvements over there in the Bone Park entrance. So they started with some potholing today, and then next week they'll start bringing in some equipment, and that project will get started. And right now it should be completed by October 5th. Backup power for the operations building. There is a 16-week lead time on the generator. So we will be going to CDBG and asking for an extension on that project. And then if they allow it, then that project will go to the end of the year. And then the backup power for the lift station over at Eagle Canyon. We're just working with City of Longmont and Enline to get that backup power connected. We have determined that we will need a LOMAR for many of the flood recovery projects. So I'm working with the town engineer to come up with an estimate of funding that we need for that. And then we will start looking for funding for that. So that's
I was gonna say, some people might not know what a LOMAR is.
Yeah, that's a letter of map revision, and it's to update the floodplain maps. So it's a formal request for FEMA to review and update the floodplain maps. So we have to do a lot of survey work and flood modeling and collect a lot of data and submit that to FEMA for review. So it's easily tens of thousands of dollars that we need to find funding for that. And then we did complete, I think I might have had this on the report last week, that we completed the new outfall, and the temporary outfall has been decommissioned. And then other grants beyond flood recovery, we do have at our next agenda, we will be presenting to the board 2 IGAs with CDOT for the US 36 Broadway improvements and the trail extension project. And then we have started another project funded by GOCO, and that is improvements to the Black Bear Hole and the 2nd Avenue trailhead and restroom in that area. So the survey's been collected and the contractor is beginning design, and that also will go out to bid probably September and start construction October and be completed by Memorial Day. So that's our list of projects. Does anybody have any questions?
Are there any questions for Tracy? I know Lomars take a long time and they are very expensive. So I'd like an update as soon as you get any solid information on that, Tracy, please.
Okay. Fortunately, we have some projects do have some of the data collected, but yeah, as soon as we get a little more info scope and a estimated budget, we'll give you guys an update.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any questions for Tracy? Administrator's report.
Thank you, sir. As always, I'll start with a quick COVID update. I think all of us are aware that this Delta variant is raising its head across the country, and no different here in Colorado. Case numbers are continuing to rise a little bit. In Colorado, we are currently seeing about 25 cases per day of COVID in the county. And hospitalizations are also rising. There was about 31 more people hospitalized this week than last week. However, we continue at a death toll of 5 deaths in Boulder County since May 1st, for a total of 261 people who have passed due to COVID. Vaccinations are very high for our county. We have 79% of eligible Boulder County residents vaccinated. And most older adults have taken advantage of that vaccine. Several other areas tonight, there wasn't a request for an update on short-term rentals. And so we wanted to let the board know that there are currently 13 short-term rentals in town that have formal applications approved and issued. In 2020, that number was 10. So we are up 3 from last year. Lodging tax collected so far this year from those 13 units is about $4,500. Lodging tax for all of them last year for the whole year was about $6,800. So it looks like we are on target to exceed that number this year. We had an interesting contact from the city of Longmont. And I plan to move forward unless anyone on the board wants to talk about this further. But Longmont is applying to become part of the Brownsfield grant community. And as such, they are asking Lions and Firestone to also be participants under their umbrella. What this means is they would take the lead agency, they would do all of the paperwork, they would do all of the project coordination. But what it does is it would make us eligible to receive up to $600,000 of grant money for, you might have heard of phase 1 or phase 2 environmental assessments would cover those. And then beyond that, then they would also help us find grants for any cleanup of brownfield projects. So they are asking for us to submit a letter of support to partner with them. Apparently, communities get more points if their grants include small communities with them. So they are asking Firestone and Lyons. I do think we have a couple projects that might be eligible for this over the coming years. So I don't see any harm in joining them if they're going to take the lead like they do on our collaborative efforts. And so unless anyone thinks otherwise, I'd like to just give them a nod and prepare a letter for the mayor saying we would be interested in participating at this point. We're not accepting anything yet.
Does anybody object?
Okay.
Move forward.
Thank you. This next item is really exciting. DOLA is now offering another new grant called Open for Business. It is a grant being offered to Main Street community. So this is one of those benefits that we get. This will be business relief that is aimed at facade improvements and energy efficiency in our Main Street businesses. They are going to be awarding up to $1 million to each community for facade improvements. This is grant funding, 80% by the state, 20% by the business. And they said that a project can range from $10,000 to $150,000 if you wanted to allow that, but it is a max of $1 million to each community. The Main Street staff and Kim are putting together some guidelines to participate in this project. There has been a little question of, is the town interested in helping with any of that match? So that is something the EVC might want to think about or talk about. But basically, this money is ready now, and they expect that the average loan, or not the average grant, will be about $50,000 statewide to each of the Main Street businesses. So this is a huge, huge opportunity, 80-20, to get all of our facades updated or energy efficiency improvements that need to happen in those historic buildings. So in case that's a new term for us, Open for Business grant, okay? There has been quite a bit of disruption caused by this US 36 fiber installation that's happening between Lyons and Estes Park. Both the town and CDOT are really struggling with the length of the delays and the amount of, lack of a better term, mess they're making. It is their responsibility to restore any areas back to its previous condition. However, they are also on a very strict timeline. They have to get this done in order to close Highway 7. So they're trying to get this 36 project done so that then Highway 7 can be closed for the next year. So just know that we are working very closely with CDOT. We are communicating with people around Lyons. We seem to get a lot of calls from the county people asking us what we know. So we are staying in close contact with them. Next, I just want to mention that there has been advertisement out there, but we want to make sure people are aware that the week of August 9th, we will be doing the curbside limb pickup in the town of Lyons, not for outside of Lyons residents. They are going to start on the northeast side of town in Stone Canyon and work their way northwest. So that kind of gives you a little idea. And then they'll go southeast and end in Lyons Valley Park. They'll give you a little idea of which day of the week you might be, but no guarantees. Pretty strict guidelines of what we're accepting on the size of limbs. This is not yard debris. This is not brush. This is limbs. So please watch for that, and know that we are going to be working with Boulder County Wildfire Partners and the Fire Protection District on another event that will be much broader regarding fire mitigation. And then I think the others were already mentioned. Under community development, I do want to let people know that staff did hold a pre-application conference for a property that is interested in pursuing annexation This is the Tebow property owned at the corner at the junction of 3666. And they are preparing their submission at this point. So we will be, and they will be, we will all be contacting neighbors to make them aware, because it is definitely more cost effective if more people do that at once and hire one surveyor, one engineer, one everything. So we'll see what becomes of that, but we have held their initial pre-application meeting. If that occurs, and if the marijuana business at that same junction wants to come in, the town will have to update our marijuana ordinance to allow for an additional business. So those are some things that we need to be thinking about and get in the right order. We've also had another accessory dwelling unit apply to be licensed in town at 210 Ewald. So that will also be coming in front of you as a conditional use at our next meeting. As well as we did receive a complete application from Mr. McCain, the owner of 431 4th Avenue, to rezone his commercial lot to general industrial. And the Planning Commission will be scheduled for a public hearing August 9th and then to the board on August 16th. So, and in addition, Moss Rock Development, which is the owners of the 349 Main Street, that is the new proposed hotel people have been talking about. We have also held another meeting with their architect engineering team to start taking a look at more specifics in regard to water usage, parking, and some of those items. So we continue to communicate with that development team as well. So lots happening in the development world this month. Questions for me?
I have a question. What is the definition of downtown in regard to qualifying for the DOLA grant?
There will be specific guidelines, and there were some listed. I believe for the sake of Lions, we have declared our whole Main Street as Main Street. So it will be Main Street, High Street, Broadway.
How far east?
I think all the way to the town limits.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Administrator Simonson? Mayor Pro Tem.
On the lodging tax, the $4,500, do you know what month that was through?
That was through lodging tax collected this year so far. So that would probably be through June.
Okay.
Because July just ended.
Yeah, it's not due for 20 or 30 days, whatever it is. So
That'd be through June.
So that's before the July, August should be the busy season on that. So that's interesting. And
Yeah, that's good.
question, has Planet Bluegrass paid its 2019 lodging tax, like the agreement required them?
Planet Bluegrass has paid its 2019 lodging taxes, correct? They have. And we have notified them, reminding them of their timeline regarding reporting their sales, et cetera, on Rocky Grass. So.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Administrator Simonson? Thank you for your report. Legal update, Counselor.
Thank you, Mary Angelo. So I just want to give one quick update. We talked earlier about the Highway 36 fiber project. That project has led us to accelerate work on a wireless ordinance. I think as we've discussed in the past, the town has a fairly outdated wireless ordinance at this point. As facilities become smaller and more likely to be permitted in the right of way, it's more important to have an up-to-date wireless ordinance to cover these types of facilities. If a couple of them are going in as part of this Highway 36 project, as we've discussed, that are really not under the town's control because they're CDOT owned property. However, the existence of this new fiber on Highway 36 will probably decrease the cost for any single provider to put up additional small cell facilities in the future. and therefore we think it's very important the town update its wireless code now. I've already taken the lead on drafting that ordinance change. It is somewhat technical, and we like to get it before the board as soon as possible. So the plan at this point is to have a workshop on that ordinance on the first meeting in September. And then also, although this is not typical practice, to have first reading the same day, just because we want to get this before the board as quickly as possible, given the likelihood of more deployments. And because as you probably know, our workshop calendar is pretty jammed for the month of August. So this is really the best we could do. If anyone has any problem with that, let me know. We can certainly move it back a meeting, but we think it's important to get this ordinance in place and effective as soon as possible, given that the fiber build will probably lead to more deployments in the town.
Does anybody have an objection to having a workshop and a first reading, as council stated? We don't normally do that, but in this case, council said that it's pertinent. No? Okay. Council, anything else?
Nothing else. You did receive an email from Mr. Godek last week on the status of Honeywell. If there's any action on that, of course, we'll have an executive session. I suspect that opposing counsel will send some sort of reply at some point, and then we'll have an executive session at that point in time. But other than that, no other updates.
Any questions for council? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could you please read the next item into the record?
Yes, the next item under public hearings and ordinances is the first reading of ordinance 1106, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, referring a question to the registered electors of the town of Lyons pursuant to CRS 31-11-111-2 on whether the text of the Parks and Open Space zoning POS classification should be amended to allow for renewable energy production and battery storage uses on POS zoned property.
Staff?
Evening, Mayor, Trustees. So this ordinance was placed because the town has applied for a grant of almost 1.4 million to construct a solar energy generation and battery storage facility. And a previous feasibility study that was done by the University of Colorado, Denver, in collaboration with the Colorado Department of Local Affairs, DOLA, had indicated that the most feasible location for this facility was a portion of Bone Park. A solar facility is not one of the uses that is allowed by right or by conditional use in property that is zoned parks and open space, and Bone Park is zoned parks and open space. So it would require a vote by the registered electors of the town of Lyons. The original thought was to refer a ballot question to the voters to ask if the construction of a solar generation and battery storage facility should be permitted on approximately 1 acre of Bone Park, southwest of the Bone Park Dirt Jump Bike Park in the town. And through discussion on the ballot measure, it was thought that the town might also ask the voters if the Lyons Municipal Code should be amended to allow renewable energy generation and battery storage facilities as a conditional use in the parks and open space zoned property. And so this first ordinance is this question on whether or not parks and open space zoned property should be amended in the municipal code to allow this type of facility as a conditional use.
And if I can add to that just a little bit, you had directed us to draft the ballot language to put this before the voters. It was not an easy task because the complexity of really the several moving parts of this, one part being a legislative change to even allow renewable energy generation on parks to open space lands that would require some sort of text amendment to the municipal code. And then two, what is essentially an advisory question on whether Bone Park or the other lots E and F would be suitable for deployment of this type of facility. And in discussing this issue with CML and through legal research, it became clear that when you have two different types of questions, one being a legislative change and one being an advisory question, that it's proper to split those into separate ordinances referring separate questions. And so I initially intended to do one kind of blockbuster ordinance referring all these questions. It became clear upon further work that it needed to be actually two separate questions. And so this is the first piece of this. We didn't know what the board's preference was for this to be a conditional or a use by right. And so we took the guess it was conditional, given kind of the nature of the use. But that's of course subject to change. The ordinance language is somewhat broader than just solar, because it could be in a future where we want to put up a renewable wind facility, or unlikely, but hydrogen fuel cell facility. And so we wanted to be more broad as to the types of energy generation and related appurtenances that could be used on this property. And so that was kind of the thought process behind the construction of this ordinance. And this is of course the first one, and we can talk more about the locations during the next reading portion of the agenda, first reading portion.
Questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I understand that voter approval is necessary under the ordinance that was passed by the voters back in 2015 for using more than 1/2 acre of any parkland for a non-park purpose. We realize that's what the local voters decided to do. But I don't understand why voter approval is necessary to change the permitted uses within a zoning category. Because there's a section of the code, it's 16-15-10, that says the Board of Trustees may from time to time amend, supplement, change, repeal regulations and provisions of this chapter, which is a zoning chapter. So my understanding has been that if the Board of Trustees wants to amend the zoning code and allow an additional use in parks or an additional use in municipal or commercial or whatever the zoning category may be, that's within the board's powers and does not have to go to the voters. Although I understand that within parks, because of our ordinance, for a non-park use, you got to go to the voters. So I didn't understand why there needed to be a separate ballot proposal to go to the voters on adding a conditional use within parks and open space.
Yeah, and I'll take that question. So, I think there's certainly an argument that I think it's a good argument. The board can do this without voter approval. However, there is at least a reading of the ordinance that was passed via petition that's any rezoning, which would include potentially, is it kind of broadly written to include a text amendment of the parks and open space zoning classification. And just the general direction I was given that all this needs to be referred to the voters. If the board doesn't want to refer this question, I think it's legally defensible to say that we can make this change without voter approval, but they seem to kind of go hand in hand, that whether asking the voters on whether to make this text amendment to allow in all parks, in addition to the individual questions for what would, what is just Bone Park would really need the voter approval. But it's up to you guys. I mean, this is the direction I was given. But I think there's a legally defensible argument saying that this particular piece of it is not necessary. But I can certainly see the other side of it, saying that if you're going to ask the voters whether to install, this facility, solar facilities in a park, that you might as well ask it for all of them, and whether this is something the board would like to do, and just go ahead and change, the text to allow us as either conditional or permitted use.
For one thing, I kind of worry about voter confusion about giving them two different related propositions. It seems to me simpler to go to the voters and say, can we do a solar farm in a park that's more than 1/2 acre? And it seems like a pretty simple yes or no. But now you're getting them to amend the zoning code. And I also worry about the precedent of this. For example, it's been brought up a couple of times recently that we haven't really fully discussed it yet, but what use might be made of the depot facility if it's no longer needed for flood recovery staff. And I think the LAHC has some ideas about that. We may need to address the permitted uses of municipal property if we go that route, because they're fairly limited. If they want to do any kind of an art gallery, for example, on town property, we may need to make that change, or consider making that change. So are we setting a precedent here that every time we need to amend conditional uses in the zoning code, we have to go to the voters? That's a dangerous precedent and a potentially expensive precedent to my mind.
Yeah, and certainly there would be no legal precedent here. The only reason this question is even being asked is because of the petition referred ordinance by the voters, which, you know, generally kind of requires voter approval for any change in zoning classification with regard to parks. And so I would strongly argue against sending such a question to the voters on, for example, any other zoning classification, including municipal.
Yeah, and again, the voters will get to say yes or no on the solar energy facility. I just question whether we ought to ask them the same question kind of twice. And that if the vote, obviously, if the voters said no to that, the board would not change the permitted uses to include that. If the voters have said no, we shouldn't do it. But it's cart before horse again. Voters ought to opine on that first. But anyway, I guess that belongs in discussion. But I just have reservations about going to the voters on something that we don't have to, and I think potentially complicating the ballot question.
Fully understand the criticism, and I say again, it's a policy argument. So I think the board can make that call. I think there's a good legal argument that this doesn't need to happen. But certainly, if we should probably amend the code before the voter approval, if it were to happen, just because it would take a while for that to be effective, and there still needs to be a conditional use process at the tail end of this. So you're looking at probably 6 months, you know, from now, by the time you could actually approve this facility to be in a town park.
Any other trustee Rowe?
Yeah, I have a question, and this might just be some education that I need. So if we were to approve making renewable energy generation facilities a conditional use in parks, then does the question still need to be referred to the voters? I guess I'm a little confused about the conditional use process, you know, so because not every conditional use goes to the voters, correct?
No, it'd only be for, the problem is not conditional use. It's not really, you know, it being a park. The problem is this, or the issue, I should say, is that the voter petitioned ordinance, which requires voter approval for any non-park use greater than a half acre, or any rezoning, which is not defined in any way, of park property. And there's also alienation of park property, which is already required by state statute anyways. And so it's that particular voter referred ordinance, which is the reason why we're doing any of this. If that didn't exist, there would be no need for voter approval to do to change the uses, to you know, any of that kind of thing for parks and open space property.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to pass ordinance on first reading 1106.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it for purposes of discussion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are there comments or discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
For the reasons I kind of stated already, I'm going to be voting no on this because I don't think it's necessary. I think voters will get their say on the solar facility. And even if we pass this, if we decided in the future to do a greater than half acre, you know, hydrogen facility or something, we'd still have to take it to voters because the other ordinance would require it. So I just really think this would unnecessarily confuse the ballot. It would add expense, and I don't think it's necessary. I think the voters are going to get to say yes or no under the next ordinance that we have up for discussion. So I think this is unnecessary.
Trustee Rogan.
I'd agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I think it would confuse the voters, and I don't think many people have an understanding of what a conditional use means. And I also want to say I was surprised to see zoos as a conditional use in our parks. Wonder whether that would ever happen. Anyway, so I will be voting no on this.
Counselor?
If there's no further discussion, I'd also like direction on whether staff should bring forward an ordinance moving conditional, creating a conditional use for this type of facility for the reasons previously stated, because even if the voters were to approve a particular site for solar generation and battery storage, it would currently not be permitted. And so either way, either through voter approval or through the typical ordinance process, we're going to have to amend the town code to allow this type of use. And so if this is indeed going to be voted down, I would just ask for direction to bring forth an ordinance to amend the uses of the parks POS district in order to allow renewable energy generation and pertinent uses.
Are there any further comments? I don't know. I think that
Trustee Wah has his hand up. I'm sorry.
Trustee Wah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I concur with Mayor Pro Tem Browning and Trustee Rogan. I think this is unnecessary. However, I don't think it's because voters can't figure it out. I think it's more because it sets a bad precedent of asking about the citizens about things that the boards and commissions of this town are authorized to do under the current statute. I'd also like to recommend that if this fails, that we give staff direction to start the process in creating an ordinance so that we can update the conditional use as suggested in this ordinance.
Well, I guess I'm going to get outvoted, but I think the intent of the referendum was to give the people as much say as possible in situations like that. I know the Board of Trustees has the power to do a lot of things, but in this particular case, I think that the ordinance that was passed is very this. So I'll be voting for this, regardless of whether I'm defeated or not. Any further comments? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
No?
Trustee Caravas,
Yes.
Trustee Miller,
No.
Trustee Rogan,
No.
and Trustee Wah. I'm sorry, sir, I missed that.
No.
Thank you.
It's 1106 is defeated, 4-2. Madam Clerk, could you please read the next item on the agenda into the record?
Yes.
Just real quick.
Yes.
Following up on the prior discussion and what Trustee Wah said and Attorney Dittman, I would make a motion that we give direction to staff to proceed with drafting an appropriate amendment to the code as council has discussed.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second as stated by the Mayor Pro Tem for council to proceed with correcting the code. Let me just put it that way. Any discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
and Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
The motion carries unanimously. A little more cleanup work for you, Counselor. Please read the next item into the record, Madam Clerk.
All right, the next item is the first reading of ordinance 1107, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, referring 3 questions to the registered electors of the town of Lyons pursuant to CRS 31-11-111-2 on whether, number 1, the construction of a solar generation and battery storage facility be permitted on approximately 1 acre of Bone Park southwest of the Bone Park Dirt Jump Bike Park in the town of Lyons be permitted. Number 2, the construction of a solar generation and battery storage facility be permitted on approximately 1 acre of the 10 acres of the Lyons Dog Park known as Lot E be permitted. And number 3, the construction of a solar generation and battery storage facility be permitted on approximately 1 acre within the 10 acres of land directly south of the Lyons Dog Park, known as Lot F, be permitted.
Staff?
So this is a follow-up again, or this was the original ballot question that was going to be asked because of the, again, discussion of using a portion of Bone Park for this solar generation facility. And so through additional discussion, in addition to asking about the primary location that was selected in the feasibility study, it was asked if the voters should also be presented with the questions to determine if the construction of the facility should be permitted in 2 other possible locations that were discussed in the feasibility study. These could potentially be backup locations or other locations if the primary location wasn't to be used. And so these included 1 acre of the 10 acre of the Lyons Dog Park and 1 acre of the 10 acres south of the dog park. And that would be in addition, the 3rd original question of that primary location of 1 acre of Bone Park southwest of the Bone Park Dirt Jump Bike Park.
Questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
I feel like a very key piece of background information is missing that would allow us to vote with full knowledge on this proposal. And that is, we were first told that the adjoining property owners, the Carrolls, favored the location near the bike park. And then I think I later got information, I don't even remember the source, that they might not be in favor of that location. And it seems to me that before we put something on the ballot for voters to say yes or no on, we have to have an answer to that question of whether the adjoining property owner that has a veto power over that potential use has said yes or no. Because if they said no, there's no reason to go to the voters. It's not going to happen. So, you know, and I guess related to that is if we, a kind of related question is if we went ahead and approved this tonight, and then it became apparent in a fairly short order that the adjoining property owner would say no, what's our deadline for removing it from the ballot without paying a penalty to the county clerk? So I just think we got to get that question answered.
Counselor?
Yeah, and I fully admit that all those questions have been resolved. However, in order to get this on the ballot, it has to be approved tonight on first reading, at the next meeting on second readings. There's not any time due to the constraints we're under in order to not put this on the ballot, even if there may be foreclosed by those future negotiations. In order to move forward with the DOLA grant as well, we need to show progress on, on the ballot questions. And so, under a perfect world, those matters would have been settled a long time ago. All I know is that in order to move forward on the DOLA grant, it had to be on this agenda. And so that's kind of the reason why, at least the Bone Park one is on this agenda. So.
And as a follow-up, this is the first I've heard that the Carrolls had any concerns about it. Again, we've not gone to them. Staff currently has an amendment to the agreement. And I thought it was prudent that our legal counsel have that reviewed and ready to go before presenting it to the Carrolls. But my understanding from initial discussions was that they were open to this, without going into hearsay of what somebody else had said. That was my understanding. So yes, I know that had to be there. I had hoped we would have an amendment for the Carroll agreement also ready to go, but it is in the works and would hopefully be at the next agenda meeting also.
Administrator Simonson, what is your understanding in regard to the process of communicating with the Carrolls? Because they actually have a say on 2 of these sites that are on the ballot. Could you update us on that?
We have a third amendment to a covenant with them. Staff has not pursued discussing this with them until tonight. It was decided if these were 3 appropriate places to look, but we would try to meet with them between now and the second reading to be able to give the board more specifics. It's my understanding one of the UEB members has met with them, but the staff has not yet. So we would need to do that starting immediately tomorrow.
Good. I consider you to be the lead in regard to that, Administrator Simonson. That's your position. And I want to hear from you in regard to the progress with the Carrolls. I think that's extremely important in regard to being able to make any kind of a decision on this, to be honest with you, at second reading.
I do understand the timeline of why they brought it up tonight, but we will certainly meet with them as soon as possible.
Thank you. Any other questions? If there are no other questions, I'll entertain a motion. Trustee Graves.
I'll move to approve ordinance 1107 on first reading.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance 1107. Any further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Yeah, this is on first reading, so that if this was second reading, I'd probably voting no, but this just gets us time, and as council has explained, need to approve it on first reading tonight to meet the deadline. I also have a kind of a comment on the language. If I didn't know anything about this ordinance and we're just reading this language that's in front of us, it's 1, 2, and 3, and those sections are joined by the word "and." I think you could read this to say you're going to do 3 different facilities: number 1, number 2, and number 3. Shouldn't there be an "or" in there? I mean, don't we need to make it clear that if we put it on number 1, it's not going to happen on number 2 or 3? I mean, it just, to me, that strikes me as strange language.
Counselor.
So they're each individual questions, and it makes it clear throughout in the whereas that these are intend to be separate, and that approval of one does not preclude the other. And the reason for that is if we're asking advisory question on each of these sites, whether they're acceptable, and if one of them doesn't work for whatever reason, for technical reasons, we'd have backup spaces, areas to cite. And I understand you kind of have to read the full thing in order to understand that. But this is the reason why it was so difficult to do all this, because it's an unusual thing that's not usually required, 1. And then 2 is what we want to ask these 3 ballot questions to have them not be competing. Because in the DOLA grant, we did say we, prefer Bone Park. These other 2 are backups if, issues are run into. So I had to ask for all 3 of them. And just because you approve 1 doesn't preclude the other 2.
Trustee Rogan, did you have an additional comment?
Yeah, and actually it was along the lines of what Mayor Pro Tem was talking about. My concern would be that the voters would think that we are asking them to approve 3 separate sites at the same time, so that we'll be building 3 renewable energy facilities. And so I don't know if it's possible to make it clear that that's not what we're asking for in the ballot language. But we would, I think, have to do a good education campaign around the ballot questions to make sure that people understand what we're actually asking them to vote on. And then I had a couple of wording changes, I think, just minor. I think, you know, at the end of each ballot question are the words "be permitted," but we asked that question earlier. So we asked, shall the construction of a solar generation battery storage facility be permitted? And then at the end, we also asked be permitted. So I would like to propose an amendment to strike the last be permitted on the first 2 questions, and then insert be permitted after facility on the 3rd. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that's my proposed amendment. Do I do that now or wait till after discussion?
No, that's good. I think we just need a second on this point.
Second.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Trustee Rogan. Any discussion? We'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The amendment passes unanimously. Any further comments? I just have one, and this is for our utility director. Did the CU committee or folks, did they actually consider Lot F, or was that off the table because it wasn't annexed or zoned yet?
It was discussed. I know we've had some discussion on it. And I don't know if it just didn't make it as even one of the top 8 locations originally in there, but it was not one of the 3 because of that reason.
Okay, thank you. So we will vote on ordinance 1107 as amended. Mayor Pro Tem?
I have another comment, I guess. Maybe it's more of a question. Why is voter approval needed as to Lot F, which is neither annexed nor zoned at this time?
It's not. It was asked that I write advisory questions for each of the 3 sites. So, but it's not even required for Lot F or Lot E, I believe. It's really only the Bone Park that needs voter approval.
Is the dog park not zoned parks?
I think it's zoned municipal.
Zone municipal.
I'm just mulling over what happens if the voters say yes on 2 of these and no on 1, and then do we get to make our pick, or it just, and also does it cost us more to have 3 ballot questions than 2?
I think that's a question for Dolores, but I think it's going to cost the same no matter how many questions we place on the ballot.
And I can get that answer for you tomorrow, sir.
Okay.
I think it's like a one-time cost just to be involved, basically, in the coordinated election.
Okay. Yeah, it would be nice to have that before second reading on this. And also, here's another comment. Just like needing to clarify before putting something on the ballot for voters whether the Carrolls, the adjoining property owners, would consent to, I guess it would be item the first ballot question here. I think before putting something on there about lot F, before taking that to voters, I think we need some direction from Boulder County about whether they would consent. Because it's the same issue. Why go to the voters and ask them to approve something if we don't know if Boulder County is going to say yes or no? I think once again, that needs to be pursued before we put this on the ballot. So, that's just a comment. I don't have a problem with this on first reading, but before second reading, I should like some more information about where Boulder County stands on this, and not
And
just
for clarification, that does affect the dog park lot E also. Boulder County's restrictive covenant is on both E and F.
I think we need more information from Boulder County. And I know we're on a timeline here, but that's important information that we need to know before we make this decision, not after. So again, I'm fine with this on first reading, but I may not be on second reading. So.
We have an item on general business on discussion and direction on annexation and zoning on lot F. So, but the county needs the issue to be referred to them by the Board of Trustees before we can even proceed with lifting restrictive covenants on either, I imagine, the dog park or lot F. So that's the direction the Board of Trustees has to give before the county will even consider it. But that's up for further discussion later on the agenda. Any Counselor?
Yeah, to address the concern of Trustee Rogan and Mayor Pro Tem Browning, one potential way to make it more clear that we'd only be looking at one spot, even if multiples were approved, one installation would be a prefatory language saying it as one potential location for a solar generation facility and battery storage. It's really tough, as you probably can tell by now, to try to ask these questions in a way that people can understand and then meet the requirements of what we need to do. But I understand the concern, but I also understand in order to fulfill our obligations with the DOLA grant, I can't have them be competing. They have to be all, you have to be able to approve all of them, just in case we were to run into issues with one of the lots. And so I think maybe something to consider either now or during second reading is some prefatory language saying, basically making clear that we're only looking for one site, but we'd like basically advice on whether this particular site would be okay for that one site.
Any further comments? Trustee Carabas.
As I listen to the discussion, I've come up with a couple of questions. One of them being, is there just one of these locations that the Carrolls have to approve of, or do they approve what's on the south side of them also on the dog park?
Administrator Simonson.
There are definitely agreements on the dirt bike jump park side. Right now, there's an agreement that says nothing will be built within, it's like 110 feet. It's up to the ball fields. So they would have to lift that requirement. There is, there's really not language in regard to what can be built at the dog park. However, there is some language about use of the road back to the dog park. And so in more of a secondary way, the dog park has some permission, there's some other uses there that could impact.
Okay. So sounds like we need their permission some way, shape, or form for two of the locations based on your answers. Is that correct?
They were both discussed in the third amendment, yes.
Okay. As Mayor Pro Tem Browning's brought up about if this runs second reading, you'd probably not support it. Do you think you can get the Carrolls to sign off on an agreement before the next meeting so we have a definite yes or no before we go somewhere? If we can have a signed memorandum of understanding, the amendment change, can a letter of intent be signed that they intend to sign it? Can that be enforced, or do we need that before the next meeting? Because it seems to be we have a cart before the horse situation. And BOT has been put in these positions before. Go ahead, Counselor.
I mean, I think staff fully agrees. You know, we would not do it this way, but this is something that the board directed us to do. And the only way to make this work is to have the ballot question now. Otherwise, this whole grant will not work. It has to be approved at the second reading on the next agenda, because we have to establish the ballot titles by October 1st or September 1st, I believe. And so we would not recommend doing it this way. I mean, I think we're fully in agreement, and it's unlikely that we can have that covenant change in time by September 1st. We can try to get some sort of written letter of intent, some sort of written communication saying that they intend, but I can't guarantee that either. It's the only, if you want this DOLA grant to happen, we have to, have at least for the Bone Park location, this has to be approved on second reading on the next meeting. And it's the only way to work. It's going to work.
Okay. Well, I would suggest we do everything we can in the next 2 weeks to get a letter of intent from them that they intend to move forward with us based on one of those properties, because it kind of, it does put it in question or raises questions. So, and I understand we asked you to do this because the UEB came to us with the opportunity with CU, and then also it moved kind of fast. I get that. But just with the Carroll property, one side, we already have a berm protecting them that we paid for and put in and got the plants water and going good. And there is no berm on the other side, the south side. And there's a road issue. So I just want to make sure we're all seeing that. Thank you.
In addition to the Carrolls on the dog park, there's also restrictive covenants by the county, Trustee Caravas. So that's a couple right there. Any further, Trustee Rogan?
Yeah, just some clarification. So we approve this on first reading and second reading. That's the ballot language that goes to the elections people. And then if we don't get the permission from the Carrolls, when is the last date that we can pull the question? And how much would we lose? How much money would we lose by pulling the question? I assume the whole amount.
Like I told Mayor Pro Tem Browning, I will reach out to the county tomorrow and see what that penalty fee would be, and I'll get those numbers for you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I missed that answer.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Counselor, do we do a pro and con on this?
We can do an FAQ or a pro or con, so long as it's neutral as to yes or no, just explaining as to what is the legal consequences of saying yes or no on this ballot question, but not taking a side.
Okay.
I would certainly recommend doing that in this case.
Thank you.
Given kind of complexity of what we're trying to do.
Good. I think that would be really smart. Okay. Any further comments? Seeing no further comments, we've had a motion and a second on
Yes.
the ordinance as amended. Is that true? Okay. If that's true, we'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
and Trustee Waugh.
Trustee Waugh.
He may have stepped away, sir. His camera's off.
Okay. The ordinance as amended passes unanimously.
No,
Administrator,
it passed 5-0, sir. Trustee Waugh did not vote.
I thought he was gone. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
5-0. 5-0. He may have left before the consent agenda. Could you do at least me a favor and forward me the Carroll agreements, please? I'd like to look those over. Could you do that, Administrator Simonson? Thank you.
Good. I'd like to that go to the whole board.
No, it needs to go to the whole board. Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. All right. Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, consent agenda. Item 1 is Resolution 2021-73, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting a grant from the State of Colorado Department of Local Affairs, EIAF number 09395. Resolution number 2 is Resolution 2021-74, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a professional services agreement with Clarion Associates for a comprehensive plan update project. Item 3 is Resolution 2021-75, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, authorizing the formation of the Eastern Corridor Advisory Committee jointly with the EBC. This item has been moved to the 8/16/21 BOT meeting. Item 4 is Resolution 2021-76, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, supporting the 2021 updates to the Colorado Communities for Climate Action Policy Statement. Item 5 is Resolution 2021-77, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements for undergrounding primary electric system on 2nd Avenue from Park Street to Railroad Avenue. Number 6 is Resolution 2021-78, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements of the Outfall Extension Project. Number 7 is Resolution 2021-79, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an amendment to the IGA for Alternative Transportation Program. Item 8 is Resolution 2021-80, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, appointing one new member to the Board of Directors of the Lyons Regional Library District. Item 9 is Resolution 2021-81, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding the proposal for the Longs Peak Drive Sewer and Water Project to Duran Excavation Corporation. Item 10 is Resolution 2021-82, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting a $10,000 marketing grant from the Colorado Tourism Office. Item 11, August accounts payable. Item 12 is the June 21st, 2021 Board of Trustees meeting minutes. And item 13 are the July 19th, 2021 Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Does anybody wish to pull anything off the consent agenda, remove anything from the consent agenda for discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, I would like to remove item 11, August accounts payable.
Any others? We have a motion and to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 11, which the Mayor Pro Tem pulled from the consent agenda. Any other comments? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
and Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
The consent agenda passes unanimously with the exception of item 11. Mayor Pro Tem?
My reason for pulling that is become aware of an issue with regard to the procedures for paying, handling the proceeds from the art show and art sale that was held at Town Hall recently, 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think. And so I guess the first thing I would have is a question of whether any of these payables are to pay artists for works that were sold at that art show.
I will have to take a look through that again, I guess, to get you an answer to that. But no, the town doesn't directly sell art. We connect the person wanting to buy the art with the artist, and the artist is responsible to collect payment.
Okay. My understanding was that for works purchased at that art sale, the purchasers made checks out to the Town of Lyons. And the Town of Lyons took that money and then it was going to reimburse the artists less a 10% contribution fee, whatever you might want to call it, to the LAHC. Maybe my understanding is wrong, but that's what I was told, that if you saw a piece of, yes, go ahead.
Is there a specific item on accounts payable that I can look into, please?
Well, I don't know. I don't have the names of all the artists, but there were a number of payables on there that were $100, $150, $50, even dollar amounts that look like it might be for that. And I became aware of this recently. I wanted to make sure that we did not approve any payments from the town of Lyons to artists from that festival until we took care of the sales taxes. If it in fact was the case that purchasers at that art sale made their checks out to the town of Lyons, because if the town of Lyons took payment for sales of artworks, the town of Lyons is responsible for paying those sales taxes, not the artists. So I'd like to clarify that.
Town Clerk Vasquez.
I can confirm for you those $50 and $100 ones, those smaller amount ones, sir. Those are for the umpires out at the ball fields for the games that are being played. But I can certainly check into any of the other ones, but the ones that, those smaller amounts, those are for the umpires that are doing the games.
Okay, that's good. I just, so I don't have any specific ones that I object to here, but I just, as a general matter, I would request town staff to look into how the proceeds from art sales at town hall were handled. And I'd actually like a motion. I'd like to make a motion to direct staff that if the town of Lyons took payment for sales of artworks, that the staff be directed to properly report the sales taxes from those sales. So,
We have a second.
Second.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Are there any comments?
this may not be necessary. If I was misinformed about how purchases were made and whether the town took the money or not, then this would become moot. But I just proactively wanted to step in and say, if the town of Lyons handled proceeds from the sale of tangible personal property, like any other seller of tangible personal property that's taxable, we've got to properly report the sales taxes. So this is really just saying we need to follow state and local law on that.
And what I will state on the record is that what I was told is that I believe the town issues the artist a 1099, Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
May or may not, but the question is whether the town handled the proceeds from the sale. If you bought a $200 piece of art at the art sale, did you write your check out to the town of Lyons, or did it go to the artist? I don't know.
I haven't written the check yet because I wanted a determination on the 1099 issue.
Well, I have bought several pieces and I've always paid directly to the artist.
If they all went directly to the artist, that's fine. The 1099 has to do with federal taxes. That doesn't relate to state sales taxes. That's just my question, is whether any money for the sale of those things went through the town of Lyons. If it didn't, I don't have a problem, and it's up to you
Okay,
to report.
we'll check it out and make sure our policy is reflective of that moving forward too. Maybe we could update our policy to say checks, artists need to be paid directly by the purchaser, not through the town of Lyons, if that's not already listed. But we can report back to you on this one.
Okay.
Don't we have a motion on the table?
We do, and a second.
Trustee Caravas.
Well, didn't you guys just state something that brings up a second question, or maybe I misheard it? That if you buy goods directly from the artist, are artists in Lyons exempt from paying sales tax too?
No.
So that artist is supposed to pay sales tax to whomever? Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yeah.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
And then I move for payment of the accounts payable.
Okay. We'll now vote on.
Second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to pass item 11 on the consent agenda. Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
Motion passes unanimously. Do we think we can get through the rest of the agenda, or would anybody like to take a break? We're all ready to go, huh? Okay. Clerk Vasquez, please read the next item into the record.
Yes, the next item is number 1 under general business. It's direction on a request from Ray's River Rentals to terminate the lease in LMJ Laverne Johnson Park early due to river conditions.
Staff?
I guess I'll represent this one. Excuse me.
Victoria, if you want to talk about the conditions leading to the request, and then I can talk about options, that's probably the best way to do it.
Oh, okay. The board did receive a letter from Ray Mees, who is the owner of Ray's River Rentals. It was uploaded. What day did that get uploaded, Dolores?
That went out on Thursday, I believe.
Okay. I was thinking came out a little later. He has written a nice letter about conditions over his first summer renting in the town of Lyons. And this summer really had some unusual weather events, which really only allowed them to rent tubes for about 4 weeks of the year versus the 12 they thought they were going to have. And so he is saying that the tubing ban, between the tubing ban early in the year due to high water, which was absolutely necessary, and the warm temperatures, which made runoff happen faster, he is asking that he be able to be released from his lease with us on August 10th rather than September 10th, because he cannot, the tubes are all being, even 2 weeks ago, the tubes were popping due to the low river conditions and all the rocks. So he wrote out a really nice little overview of the services this year and is asking that he be released from having to make his last lease payment for August through September.
Counselor, any legal problems with that?
So the lease does provide a couple options to accomplish this. Under the term and termination section, the town may unilaterally terminate this agreement. And so if the board so directs staff, we can send out notice the agreement's terminated effectively. At that point, he would be relieved from his obligation to pay for August. The other option, of course, would be to amend this agreement, which would be more difficult. But certainly is an option to amend to take out the August lease payment. We can also send out notice that no continuing services are required. That would not take away the obligation to pay rent, but it would take away the obligation to continue to provide services. And so those are kind of the 3 options. I think, kind of a friendly unilateral termination is probably the easiest thing to do, given the circumstances. So long as we get board direction to do that, the town administrator can do that. It doesn't incur any additional costs to the town. So we send out the notice to Mr. Ray, and we can terminate this agreement. He would not be required to pay in August.
Thank you for that explanation. Are there any questions? And what is the pleasure of the board? I would agree with Counselor's termination of the contract and letting Administrator Simonson handle that. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I agree. The tenant was not, nothing he could do about the river conditions, and when the sheriff's office did the tubing ban or didn't, those were out of his control. And this was the first time this was done. This was kind of an experimental deal to see how it would work. And I think you could probably work the lease contract a little bit differently next summer. But all the reports I've gotten from the park host, from town staff, from members of the public, very positive about how it was run this summer. And so I think that we should do the right thing and terminate it and relieve him from the final month's rent.
Thank you. Trustee Caravas.
I would concur with Mayor Pro Tem's statement. The people I've spoken with go through the park, see them with their headgear on, their life vest, their tubes, ask them how they're doing, they're enjoying it. The goodwill that's created, those that saw it, recognized it, talked to their friends. It's just a great stepping stone to move on next year and the year after that will benefit hopefully Mr. Meese and us as a town and and the people that visit here. So I'd hate to see it be in bad relations. So I definitely agree that we just let them out of it, and we'll do it. We'll hopefully we have a better tubing season for next year.
There you go. Trustee Rogan.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Trustee Miller.
I'm fine with it as well.
Administrator Simonson, you have your direction. Thank you. Please read the next agenda item into the record, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next item is number 2. It's an agenda request by Main Stage Brewery Development Plan Review Waiver Request.
Counselor, could you please address this?
Yeah, so I'll give a brief synopsis of what the code says on this. So our code basically puts out development review into either one of two things, being a site plan review, which is done administratively, or a development plan review, which is done through the PCDC and board approval. There is a process under the code where that the board's review can be waived, which is what is being requested here through an agenda request. And I always give, I guess, if you will, my opinion on this. I have analyzed the code section extensively and have come to a conclusion on what I think the proper process is. But of course, it's the board's policy decision on whether to entertain a waiver of its authority to review this. And so if you look at the municipal code, and let's go ahead and pull that up real quick to reference. Sorry, I had it up. There we go. So you look in section 16, 17, 20. What's really relevant here is subsection B, and under that subsection 3. This is a commercial development, or really a redevelopment to some extent. It doesn't qualify for a construction excess of 2,000 feet. It seems to be about 1,500 feet approximately. But what is really comes into play is this subsection C, and I'll just go ahead and read it for you. What is being requested to be waived as part of the development plan review process. Subsection C reads that alteration of the site that includes 10 or more parking spaces reconfigured or added, along with relocation or alteration of street access, alteration to water or sewer service, alteration of drainage, or alteration of street lighting. And so if you meet any one of those criteria, then you have to go through a development plan review process. Admittedly, this section was artfully drafted, but I think the only proper way to read this section is that if you meet any one of these criteria, you are required to go through the development plan review process. And criteria 1 is alteration of the site that includes 10 or more parking spaces reconfigured or added, along with relocation or alteration of street access. 2, alteration of water or sewer service. 3, alteration of drainage. Or 4, alteration of site lighting. I think the intent behind this was a serial of things, and that each of these represents a clause of related items by which it would trigger the development plan review process. It's my understanding that PCDC is currently in the process of amending this section of the code to make it just that way, where it is very clearly these different things are delineated into separate items under individual subsections. The applicant appears to interpret this code section as requiring both alteration of the 10 parking spaces along with one of those other things, whether it be street access, water and sewer service, alteration of drainage, and alteration of site lighting. And because they're not altering any parking, they believe that just because they are altering water, sewer service, or altering lighting, that it doesn't count. By the applicant's own letter, they seem to admit that both sewer service and water service are being altered along with site lighting. The applicant's other argument is that these changes are minimal, and therefore, from an equity standpoint, the board should waive their review of this process. But that's purely a policy argument that the board will have to consider. I think from a legal perspective, it's fairly clear that this development would require a development plan review. However, it's up to the board whether they want to entertain this request for a waiver.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there any comments by the Board of Trustees? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I agree with the attorney's interpretation of that, but there's also another provision, it's back in A of that section, that says the Board of Trustees shall be the final decision-making authority for all development plan reviews. It says unless such review is waived by the Board of Trustees. So I think the code clearly gives us, the board, the ability to waive this if we choose to. And I think the question before us here is whether we should or not. And I also agree with Council that there's two things that this particular development picks up on in that list that he read. One is alteration of site lighting, and the other is alteration of water and sewer service. The site lighting, I know that the PCDC is trying to rewrite that, because literally if you add one light bulb to the outside of your building, you could trigger the whole development plan review process. That doesn't make any sense. And I think the PCDC is in the process of fixing that. So if that's all we had, I think they're adding 2 lights here or something like that. It would be a non-issue, and you would just, I would strongly support waiving it. The real question here is alteration of water and sewer surface for a brewing facility. And we all know, I think, the background of dealing with the wastewater treatment facility and the effects on the wastewater treatment facility of a distillery and a brewery in town, and how much time and effort and money have been spent on that issue since the new facility was built. So that's the real question here is this going to have such an effect on the water or wastewater system that we ought to send it through the development plan review process? Again, I think something is missing from our packet here. I would like to have seen a staff report on where things stand with regard particularly to the wastewater service, because I wondered what, my first reaction when I saw this is UEB needs to review this because it falls squarely in their area. And so I contacted Chairman Kerr and found out the UEB has indeed reviewed this. And in fact, to their credit, the main stage owners met with the UEB and reviewed extensively their plans with respect to wastewater service. And I presume they've also talked about it with staff. So I would really like to hear from, see Utilities Director Kaplan is on. I'd really like to hear what Utilities Director Kaplan has to say about that. What I got from Chairman Kerr was essentially that main stage essentially said, we'll do what the town requires. That they plan to side stream most of their brewing waste, and even for their wash downs, they're gonna make sure that they're gonna have a testing port in place, and they're basically doing the things that they should do and that the other facilities probably should have done years ago but did not. So I encourage, I want to encourage what they did, which was go to the UEB and fully review it. But I'd like to know where staff review stands, because if you look at our testing port and our pre-treatment ordinances that we passed a couple of years ago, where those end up after you go through that process is we ultimately deferred to the expertise of the town staff, utilities director, town engineer, and they get to ultimately decide what kind of testing port does the facility put in, what type of pre-treatment is required. So we end up with a staff review in the end anyway, even if they go through the whole process. So if the staff is satisfied that what they plan to do will not have any kind of a risk on adverse effects to the water or sewer system, I'm fine with waiving this. If the staff needs more time, I'm fine with taking more time to act on this, but I'd like to know where things stand as far as staff review, because I think the UEB was favorably impressed with what the applicant proposes to do.
Director Kaplan?
So yes, Main Stage had submitted, we had discussed in the pre-development review meeting, however you want to classify our initial meeting, what might be required, and had discussed the idea of putting forward a pre-treatment plan or even a more fully brewing process plan. And so that was given to staff and presented to the UEB, and they did review that and provided some questions and feedback. And Main Stage has even provided a second follow-up report on everything that they would do. So they are very involved, and the UEB is reviewing that. So their meeting has been canceled for this Wednesday, or we might have some more discussion on that Wednesday. Main Stage has also been forward with discussing what their water usage would be. And with regards earlier to some of the discussion on electric and the need for extending services, it was pointed out what our code does discuss. There is a portion of code that does discuss extending services. And so they will be weighing the costs of extending those services on their own versus switch to a plan that would not require any extension of services. So they're not looking for any type of agreements at this point. They felt they were ready to move forward on that aspect. And I think some of it falls back to maybe what was done in the past. The more I now become involved in some of these development reviews, it's pretty clear on a utility application that staff has the ability to ask for anything that they feel they need. It's in there to show that you're not going to have any adverse effects on the system. So it is something, even a part of the initial site plan review does fall to staff. So we are reviewing that. And even if there were still some questions, staff, or me as that person of staff, would have the ability to say, hey, I need an answer to this before anything is approved. So I'm comfortable that they are very much moving forward with full involvement on any utility concerns. And then again, that has been going through the Utility and Engineering Board with some very detailed discussions and requests from them. And they've put forward what they think should be required of any applicant in development review. And so there are engineering reports on utilities that could be submitted. And I think this is a good first example for some of the bigger projects to come along also of what we can look at for utilities and any concerns the town may have. So as staff, I'm fully satisfied with the staff being able to review and bring any concerns to the UEB to make sure that what has been presented will be beneficial and do no harm to the town.
Any further questions for Director Kaplan or Counselor? Trustee Caravas.
Aaron, are you satisfied with the work that staff, you, and as a former UEB member and the board has put in place to with testing ports, wastewater surcharges, and daily fines should someone renege on theirs? As you mentioned, we've had problems in the past with others. And as I sat in with the UEB meeting with Main Stage, that I don't foresee these problems. Are you satisfied that we have enough things in place as something changes by someone reneging? You as a utility director can pretty much correct it fairly quickly.
Yes, I think so. I I was trying to think more, even some of the carrots we have to offer in addition to just sticks. So in looking to previous establishments that are already in place, what can we continue to do in addition to, say, going after them? But if facilities do come forward and they are showing that they've, everyone knows the BOD, biochemical oxygen demand, is brought down to a very low position, we have the ability to offer them a lower high strength, it gets confusing, a lower high strength surcharge if they can show us that they are doing less to begin with. So I think we have the opportunities to say, well, here's an establishment that has done something. The answer to the question is yes. I think that we have what we need.
Good, thank you. And just so, as I mentioned in my trustee report, I'd bring it up here. The UEB mentioned that they hope to see a set of drawings showing how the proposed brewing and wastewater management units are organized in a more complete SOP during final review. Can you explain the SOP part?
Standard operating procedure.
Yep.
Would
That's
be
just to
what
make sure
they're,
everyone knows it. So it's out there. If the general public wants to question it, it's all in the public record. UEB's met, discussed it. Main stage is, I can't remember the gentleman's name. I think I saw him on here.
Sam,
yeah. Discussed, explained everything. So it's all out there and been well discussed. And I agree with Pro Tem Browning that I think we have a good option here to move forward. And as long as what the UEB is asking for is being given, that I'm satisfied with that.
Further questions? Does this require a motion, Counselor, to waive or not to waive?
I just need staff direction. I mean, I think maybe if we formalize it in a motion, that would be good. You know, I just want to make, for the record, to be clear, this would still be a development plan review. PCDC would still have a say in this. It would just be waiving the board's final decision according to 16A, 16, 17, 20A.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think we need to look at that section a little bit more. And I had it called up, but I closed it. Hold on a second.
It says the Board of Trustees shall be the final decision-making authority for all development plan reviews unless such review is waived by the Board of Trustees. I think we're still saying this is a development plan review. The Board of Trustees is not going to be the final decision-making on it, is what, unless the board is giving direction that this is not a development plan, this is a site plan, but that is not an option that's not included under the waiver provision of this section. I think staff's recommendation, which the board agrees with, is that, you know, legally that this is a development plan review. It's just that the board has the option to waive their review of the development plan.
I don't read it that way. I read it to say that the board may waive development plan review, which means site plan review would still happen through staff, as staff indicated. Staff would do a site plan review, and that would include, you know, the wastewater and water issues. It doesn't say just waive Board of Trustees review. It says waive development plan review. I don't see any, if the board's ready, I don't know if I'm in favor of deferring to the PCDC. I don't really see a point of a PCDC review if the board's already waived development plan review. I do still see a point of site plan review by the staff for the reasons we talked about. So,
I mean, I guess you could read it as saying that unless all review is waived by the Board of Trustees, all development plan review. But I mean, the problem is with the construction of the sentence is this: the Board of Trustees shall be the final decision-making authority for all development plan reviews unless such review, being the Board of Trustees review, is waived. And so I think that's a problem. And I realize that this is a recent addition to this code. So it's the first time it's really being employed.
I mean, kind of the point of whether it needs to go through the development plan or not is this such a big project that it requires development plan review at all, or is site plan review enough? And if it were just by size of building, it wouldn't. Site plan review would be enough. And I don't think there's any disagreement that just adding a couple of lights shouldn't send you to the development plan review process. So to me, the question is if the UEB and the staff are satisfied about alteration of water and wastewater service, and if that aspect will still be looked at during the site plan review process, as staff has said that it will be, does it need to go through development plan review at all? That's the way I read it. And I think that was kind of I don't know, who knows what the point of that section, what the intent of that section was, but it is basically in general terms, very minor projects don't need to go through development plan review. Major projects that might have a big effect on the water or wastewater system or parking or something like that would need to go through development plan review. But to me, the question for this board is, does it need development plan review at all, given the limited nature of this project and the fact that site plan review will address the water and wastewater parts of it? And that's how I read it. We would just direct it that go through site plan review and that those aspects of it be handled by staff.
Trustee Caravas.
You indicated, Brandon, that just before Mayor Pro Tem Brown was speaking to the answer to you, you indicated that we're voting on whether we're just waiving our right to review it. The PCDC still gets their right. We changed the code, and that was my big push for this code change, was the PCDC is not the elected body. The people of Lyons did not elect them to make decisions, make financial decisions. If that's the case, why am I here? I'm checking out, and you guys can deal with the budget issue with PCDC. I'm going to walk.
Yeah.
Body. They don't have recourse. What recourse does Mr. Keene have, or any other person in the general public against the PCDC have in the district courts? Because that's our checks and balance system. The elected officials legislate. Courts decide if we're right or wrong based on where our codes are. PCDC, can they be challenged too?
They can under 106 challenge in the Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure. Okay. But you're exactly right. We changed the code to make the board the final decision-making authority, and that's why this section was added. I mentioned the Board of Trustees shall be the final decision-making authority for all development plan reviews, unless such review is waived by the Board of Trustees. So the question is about whether the clause that says unless such review is waived by the Board of Trustees refers to just the Board of Trustees piece of review, a development plan review process, or whether it refers to development plan review process in its entirety, kicking it back to a site plan review. This, as I said, we just added this last year to the code, this very sentence. I think
I'll make a motion to waive this and include I am waiving it from going to the PCDC. Does that satisfy? We can bypass it and go straight to site review by Administrator Simonson and her staff?
This is the first time we are interpreting this section of the code. So that's the way the board wants to interpret that section.
Okay.
But I recall from a discussion that we had when we implemented this, that we were thinking that there may be instances where just the PCDC could handle it and that the board wouldn't want to review it. So, but this is why we do this, right? Because it's a brand new section of code and we need to sit here and figure out how we, who are the only people getting to interpret our own code, other than our court, would interpret this.
All right, thank you very much.
I second Trustee Caravas's motion.
All right, any further discussion? I can't let you speak, Eric. I'm sorry. Any further discussion by the Board of Trustees? The motion is on the table. It's been seconded. I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Trustee Caravas?
Aye.
Trustee Rogan?
Aye.
And Trustee Miller? Well, and just for the record, Trustee Waugh did leave the meeting about 8:31 as he stated at the beginning, and Trustee Miller may just be away from her computer.
Okay, so the vote was
4-0.
And the waiver passes. Could you please read the next item into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item number 3 is discussion and direction on annexation and zoning of Lot F, the 10 acres south of the dog park.
Staff?
Well, this item was put on the agenda based on Mayor Angelo's request, I believe it was, to talk about this. Lot F was a parcel of land that was dedicated, or not dedicated, that was, well, it was dedicated to the town of Lyons upon our request. Back in, looking for the date. Anybody help me out here if you know that? Original negotiations were negotiated in 2006, but they held it until after the flood when we requested it be quit claim deeded. And it was quit claim deeded in April of 2013. So it's approximately 10.8 acres of land that is owned by the town of Lyons now. And that it does have a restrictive covenant that it says it was transferred subject to, actually it's a conservation easement that was restricted to open space, recreational or educational uses, as well as other municipal uses approved by the county. So it has never been annexed or zoned to this point, but it has been deeded over to us and we have a record of that. This is all outlined in a letter from Eric Lane, who was the director of Parks and Open Space for the county for a while. He is no longer there, but it is, the whole discussion came about following, looking for a spot for affordable housing following the flood. So that is, and it was about whether or not the county would allow usage of that lot for housing, for affordable housing. That's really where it stemmed from. Nonetheless, I did get confirmation just last Tuesday from the interim co-director of Parks and Open Space. Her name is Janice Wiseman, who said that anytime a landowner would like to amend a restrictive covenant, which is what we're currently considering, a formal request needs to be submitted to the Real Estate Division of Boulder County Parks and Open Space, whereby staff will then begin the process to bring the requisition through public meetings and public hearing processes. So right now, its use is identified as, in the county, as open space, recreational, or educational uses. And then there's one other line that refers to or uses that will benefit those uses. So kind of a complex situation, but that's kind of the status of Lot F, currently not annexed or zoned, but it is owned by the town.
So to follow up on that in terms of a little bit of the process, and so because it is town-owned land, it's, and from my understanding, but the other specifics of the land, that will not be required to go to a vote. And we can, as a question that was asked, I mean, we can run the annexation, the zoning processes concurrently. However, it must be annexed first. The vote must occur on the annexation first before the zoning. That is something that's very specific in state law. However, it can be the same meeting or it can be after, so long as you do it within 90 days. So within 90 days of annexation, you have to zone that property. And so that would be, you know, in kind of broad terms, the process we'd be looking at is running these concurrently for an ordinance, and then, you know, zoning it basically at the same time.
In my mind, since I brought it up, it's a contingency, perfectly honest with you, in case the voters vote down the site in the park. We can't get an agreement with the Carrolls, and we need a direction by the full Board of Trustees to even bring it up for the county to consider. So that's why it's on the agenda tonight. Plus, it's a piece of property basically that we've had for a long time that hasn't been annexed or zoned, and so we should probably take care of that. Any further comments? Trustee Rogan.
I thought that any property to be annexed into the town that was larger than 5 acres had to go to a vote. Am I mistaken?
Not if it's owned by the town of Lyons.
We own it. It
Oh,
doesn't-
okay, good. Okay.
Further questions? David, I see that you're here. Do you have anything to add as staff?
No, I think Victoria covered it. The restrictions, I think she covered pretty well. The biggest problem or discussion that's come up from previous boards and this board is really just access. When we've discussed possible uses with that property, it's restricted from access through Bone Park due to restrictions and covenants, and that's really been the difficulty with that property from previous discussions. So, and the fact that we just really have not zoned or annexed that property.
What is the covenant that restricts access?
Right now, there is through the Carroll deed restrictions, there is a restrictive covenant for vehicular access through Bone Park to the southern lots.
I mean, the only,
Regular vehicular access.
no, thank you very much, because, I mean, you could construct, for instance, you could construct something there, and then basically the only time you would have any access other than that maybe is for repairs or something like that. That's not restricted.
Correct. Special events,
Yeah.
construction, emergency access, things like that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, Director Cosgrove brings up the access issue that I've heard discussed before. The other possible access is actually off of Red Gulch Road, but that would require agreement with the county. Who would have to approve that? Is that correct?
Yes, you mean from like the trailhead through where people walk up to Heil? Yeah.
The trailhead area, yeah, off that road.
It would cross open space.
Vehicular access was very restricted through Bone Park. But we ultimately ended up building a solar facility there. The way to access that, you could, in theory, construct, reach it from Red Gulch Road, but that's a county road, correct? So you'd have to work out an access agreement with the county?
Across their open space.
Yeah, it doesn't, that lot doesn't go all the way to the access road.
Yeah.
The other access that had been contemplated in the past was somehow getting off of McConnell Drive on the southern side of the high school's softball field somehow.
Yeah, that was a long discussion.
Yeah, that wasn't going to work.
So, I mean, I think the question and the direction should be whether we want to pursue the annexation and zoning of the property. And that way, if we do, I mean, it's not on here really. Do we also want to let the county, we'd like, since we're going to have it on the ballot, this site as a solar facility. I mean, those are the I think that those need answered on this question that's before us. I think the annexation and zoning is, I think we should discuss the zoning. Let's discuss the zoning first. Because I've heard from fellow members of the board that we have enough open space, and I don't think that that all of this needs to be zoned municipal either. since we have a dog park that's zone municipal. So, I mean, what is the pleasure of the board in regard to how zone this first is, I think, a question that we should ask one another. Administrator Simonson.
I just want to note for the board that in 2017, this was an item taken up by the Planning Commission. There was a full presentation. If this is a direction the board would like to go, we might want to refresh that presentation and educate people on the pros and cons of the different zones that could be considered, and also probably find out what the county's level of interest is and how it is used. That may have changed over the years as well.
Can we at least as a board give direction for Administrator Simonson to start the county process at least? Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Sure. Yeah, just like I said earlier, we need to get some indication of whether the county would entertain this. You know, that they might not, they have to hold their own process to go through. And I understand that their staff probably could not commit up front to do or not do something, but I think to at least ask them and say, where are you now, is a prudent thing to do. And yeah, there's a letter in the packet, what they had to say about potential affordable housing uses back in 2000 and whenever it was, 16 or 15, it isn't necessarily relevant to something like a solar farm or a beginner mountain bike training course in 2021. I think we clearly need an update from them about what their direction is. The access issue that Director Cosgrove points out may well restrict what can ultimately be done with this. And to me, the issue, and this has come up several times and with more than one board and more than one planning commission, and the potential controversy here isn't, I don't think it's ever been so much the annexation. I mean, it's adjacent to town property. We own it. Why wouldn't we annex it? Where the rubber meets the road is then, as the council says, you've got 90 days to zone it. And there are a number of people in town that would like to see this zone parks and open space for the very reason that doing so would require voter approval for anything over use of over half an acre of it. There are other people in town that would like to see it not zone parks and open space for that same reason, to give us more flexibility in using the property long term. And because, as you say, there's some sentiment that we have more parks and open space than we can take care of already. Why should we add another 10.8 acres? So it's really the zoning issue that becomes the potential flashpoint here. I don't think so much annexation, but it's been put off and put off and put off, for years by successive boards, partly to avoid the controversy on zoning, but maybe a board of trustees that's in toward the end of its term that is the best board to take that up, so that it doesn't become an election issue. And nobody, a number of people here are not coming back, and so you don't have to worry about how many people you're going to make mad if you run again. But it is a potential controversial issue. But sooner or later, the town needs to take this up, unless we just intend to let that property sit there forever without being annexed and zoned. And I don't think that's the right way to go. I think somebody's got to make the tough decision at some point. I don't mind doing it. So I'm in favor of giving direction to discuss this with Boulder County and to begin drafting the papers for us. Like I say, I think you can annex first, and then you got 90 days to decide zoning.
Trustee Caravas?
Trustee Miller's had her hand up, so let her go first.
Go ahead, Trustee Miller. I'm sorry.
I fully agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning on this one. I remember several years ago discussing this and at length, and coming to the conclusion that it was just going to be too difficult to decide how to zone it, what to zone it, how to use it, etc. And Boulder County really not wanting to even entertain the idea at all at that point in time, of allowing us to, you know, get out of the restrictive covenant on any level. At that point in time, it was for affordable housing specifically. But there were some other things that we had potentially thought about doing with it. Yeah, I agree that it would be important for Administrator Simonson to reach out to Boulder County again and see where they stand now on that restrictive covenant and what they would be willing to, you know, do with that. But yeah, I think a solar farm probably would be one of the things that they would possibly allow, knowing them. But yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning that we need to get this done. So
Thank you. Trustee Careless?
I have a quick question for possibly Dave on this one. I'm looking on the page 293 of the packet. It just has the lots kind of marked out in little fancy, little colors about conservation easement, Bone Park, this or that. The far southwest corner of that lot goes up against property that's not colored, nothing there, and that property goes up against County Road 69. Do we know who owns that fence line all the way across that? Draw a straight west line to County Road 69.
David, that was directed at you.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the page he's referring to. I have the specific section pulled up. So what
I think he's referring to Bradford Street. So between the Carrolls and the dog park all the way out to 69.
Or the Green Goose.
There's too many people talking. What?
I think it's Jody and Kelly from Green Goose place, isn't it? They live back there.
It just north of the ledge ditch.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that's them.
Okay. Your access could come from there, but dealers work along the fence line, whether it be this year, next decade. If the town zones it, annexes zones it, you want access, depending who owns it 10, 20 years from now. We've at least given the future town of Lyons staff and board an opportunity for access. I mean, they, of course, that board would have to, the staff would have to negotiate price with the current landowners, but there is potential access off County Road 69 going straight east off County Road 69, probably along a property line or along just underneath, just north of the ledge ditch. Like I said, of course, that requires land purchase and deals, but that's what towns and landowners do in the future. And if we annex and zone this, that just makes it that much easier for a future board, whether it be, like I said, 2 years from now or 20 years from now, to further get that done. Because of course, those landowners may not be the same landowners either. So to your question, Mr. Mayor, of where I feel with it, I see no problem with directing Administrator Simonson to get with Boulder County and see what, see where they're at in 2021. And if it is a contingency, because I do believe, oh yeah, there you are, Aaron. The UEB did talk about that at some point in the future, the mean is being fairly flexible. Things are changing, their board's meeting, times are changing. Maybe they'll change how much solar we have. So we have one array now, wherever it may go. If it's not this place, but 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years from now, all of a sudden they say, hey, you can add another so many kilowatts, and we already have this place taken care of, as the mayor's indicating, for a contingency basis. Then it's kind of an easy, well, quasi easy. It's a pretty long way to run 3-phase power too, but we'd be halfway there with the other array anyway. So it's worth a look.
Thank you.
That property is owned by John and Tracy Ingold.
Okay.
Has been for quite a while.
But there is a strip of land between that and like right behind the property. It doesn't pop up as though it's.
That's the county. That's the
state or
county.
Okay.
Right of way. Yeah.
Trustee Rogan, your opinion?
Yeah, I think Administrator Simonson should move forward with Boulder County and let's get this going.
You have your direction, Administrator Simonson. Unanimously, by the way. Discussion of future agenda items. Any board member have any recommendations, Administrator Simonson?
Sir, you had a late add-on to the agenda regarding a motion to form a task force regarding guardrails for the Laurel plan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was added on Friday evening, or Friday,
Okay.
Friday, I guess.
Is that number 4?
Yes.
Okay. Staff?
Actually, this was again, a request that was added to the agenda following the Lions Urban Renewal Authority meeting on
Yeah.
Thursday night.
I added it, to be perfectly honest with you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Browning, I know that this issue is dear to you. Would you like to start the discussion on this?
I guess. This is a, yeah, well, let me give it just a quick background first. During the term of the prior board, there was a lot of discussion and some controversy about whether the URA Eastern Corridor area should go forward or not. And I expressed serious reservations about just proceeding with business as usual on that, because of what actually Trustee Drostad and I were kind of a subcommittee of the URA on this, and we did a lot of looking into what kind of things are necessary, have been necessary to get URA projects done in other places. And again and again and again, we saw things that were being done in other municipalities, most of them much larger municipalities, that we looked at it and thought, if we try to do that in Lyons, you know, it'd cause a riot. I mean, there were things like big cities doing what's called a moral obligation to basically, it's an end run around doing a formal guarantee of debt obligations of the URA. Well, we all know what our financial picture is, and we're not going to, you know, I think the town of Lyons would be very hard pressed to ever guarantee obligations, loan obligations of the URA. There were other places that had done where the town had, or the municipality, more cities really, would buy expensive pieces of land, millions of dollars, and just donate them to the URA for a project that was ultimately going to make a lot of money for the URA. Well, we didn't really see the town of Lyons doing that either. There were, you know, so the concept eventually evolved, and Trustee Drostad, I think, was the one who kind of came forward with it, of if we're going to go forward with the Eastern Corridor URA area, and that was a big if, never really decided yet. Should we put some kind of guardrails on what the Eastern Corridor, what might be done in the Eastern Corridor URA? Another big issue for the town of Lyons would be how much sales tax should we share, should the town share with the URA? Because going back to the beginning, one of the visions for the Eastern Corridor was it was going to be commercially developed, and it would produce sales tax revenue that would help sustain the town in the future after our current town limits got built out, which we're close to being. And so using town sales tax to support the URA would also be controversial. And so we started the idea of, should you put some limitations on the Eastern Corridor URA area before the URA plan for the area was approved. And I think we talked about that when early in the term of this board as kind of general concepts, but never actually voted on it. But there's kind of a chicken and egg or begging the question thing here is, and the question is, even if you put a set of guardrails that the majority of this board is comfortable with on the Eastern Corridor URA area, should we still do an Eastern Corridor URA, even with guardrails? And that decision has never been made. I think at the time the URA was formed and for years thereafter, there was kind of a general assumption that would happen. But me primarily, I was the one that kind of ultimately questioned whether that assumption was a valid assumption or not, when I saw how much we had spent as a town on mostly professional fees for the URA. And about, I don't know, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I started asking the question that I've asked again and again and again and again, which is, can anybody show me a town in Colorado that's anywhere close to the size of Lyons? It's not a town on an interstate that has big box retailers, and it's not a ski resort that has a way different economy than we do, where a URA has worked under the post 2016 URA rules, where you don't have 100% of the property tax increment from the school district and the county and that kind of thing. And nobody's ever been able to show me one. People have thrown out Arvada. And so Barney and I went to Arvada and talked in detail to their URA director. And it turns out their whole URA started with a Costco on an interstate. And their other URA areas are anchored by a giant Hilton hotel and a big Trammell Crow high-end apartment complex. And that kind of stuff just isn't going to happen in Lyons with 2,000 people. And somebody threw out at the last year, the little town of Timnath, which is on I-25 near Fort Collins. So I went and looked at Timnath, and it's a fairly small town, in some ways comparable to Lyons, but it sits on I-25, and their URA is anchored by a Costco on one side and a super Walmart on the other. Well, if Costco wants to open a Lyons branch, we don't have to worry about these questions. We're going to have plenty of property and sales tax revenue, and all this stuff will work. But, if we're talking about appointed task force, and if I'm going to be on it, I'll be honest with everybody. If I had to vote yes or no tonight on do we proceed with an Eastern Corridor URA, I would vote no. I think we don't have a working model where it's ever done. I think there's substantial risks. And so I've got to be candid and honest here that even if we work up some guardrails, I'm not sure that I'm still in support of the Eastern Corridor URA. And if that disqualifies me from sitting on a subcommittee, that's fine. I'm perfectly willing to let somebody else tackle it. But I just had serious reservations about whether the East Coast URA area will work. If it is going to work, and if it's the desire of a majority of this board to pursue it, then I think you sure need some guardrails. And I'm perfectly willing to try to suggest, and I think former trustee Drystad, who's still a URA commissioner, came up with kind of a preliminary set of potential guardrails. And those would be things like the town wouldn't do a moral obligation, kind of a guarantee of URA debt without a vote of the people, or that it would take perhaps a supermajority of the Board of Trustees, a 2/3 vote or something, to commit a significant amount of sales tax to the URA. And that's the kind of stuff we're talking about. So that's kind of the reasons we're talking about this, but I don't want to bypass the big picture question of, do we really think that a URA in the Eastern Corridor will work for a town of Lyons size and characteristics when nobody can find one anywhere else in Colorado that's worked? And that doesn't mean it won't. It just means we'd be the guinea pig. And if we go that route, we all need to realize we're going to be the guinea pig. And there's maybe we're the trailblazer. You could put it that way as well. But you're venturing off into uncharted water when you do this, and everybody needs to realize that. But that said, if the majority seems to still want to consider proceeding with the Eastern Corridor URA, then the set of guardrails is certainly, I think, very much worth considering.
Are there any other comments by any trustees? Exactly how did how was number 4 worded I don't have it on my agenda, I'm sorry.
It just says discussion and a motion to form a task force to develop guardrails for Allura plan implementation.
And is the task force going to be formed by resolution, Counselor?
If it's just a task force and not a subcommittee, and it's limited in scope, it can be done via motion of the board. It's only if you establish a standing subcommittee, it doesn't need to be via resolution.
We're not naming members, we're just establishing the commission.
Well, I think you're just doing a, excuse me, I think we're just doing a task force of 2, right, to investigate an issue and report back to the board. Is that correct? I mean, if there's a standing committee of more than two members plus other people, then we want to do it via resolution.
Okay. I think it is going to be more than 2 people. Administrator Simonson?
I believe, Attorney Dittman, you mean if there's more than 2 members of this board, it would need a resolution. But if it's someone from the fire district?
It can't be more than 2 members of this board.
No, it couldn't. But this is something I wasn't involved in putting on the agenda. What is, I guess, the composition of this board, and when is it going to meet regularly? Is it a limited purpose? Will be dissolved at the end of its limited purpose?
Would be a limited purpose to develop the guardrails for consideration by the Board of Trustees. So I believe when we left our meeting, we were thinking Trustee Browning on behalf of the town of Lyons. Mr. Drysdale has been interested, and then the fire district, since they're the ones that have been hesitant to join or to negotiate a contract. So it would only be 1 member from the Board of Trustees.
But it sounds like it's going to be a standing group.
No, just to form these guardrails. They were hoping to do it in the next month or 2, I think. And then bring back a resolution for this board to consider adopting. That was my understanding, unless someone thinks otherwise.
I think that there might. I think that that there could be 2 members of this Board of Trustees that may be able to participate, and I would, although I know she's got a lot on her plate. Really like to see Trustee Rogan involved in this, if you are so inclined, because I consider your evenness and an ability to be able to comprehensively judge both sides to be to our advantage, Trustee Rogan. What do you think? I know you have a lot on your plate.
Well, I appreciate and thank you for those compliments. I really appreciate it. I would not be able to give you an answer on that tonight. I think that this agenda item is to simply form the committee and not necessarily appoint people to it tonight. And so that's what I would respectfully request.
Okay, Counselor.
Yeah, I mean, looking further at the code and given the limited information we have discussed here tonight, section 2820 says the Board of Trustees may by resolution create such ad hoc advisory committees as the Board of Trustees deems necessary or desirable to assist in the proper and effective functioning of the town. Such resolution shall at a minimum provide for the purpose, membership, responsibilities of the committee. And the rest of it's not very relevant, other than the board may terminate that committee anytime. And so it sounds like this needs to be done via resolution. So I think what we would be looking for is direction to draft that resolution to establish the committee.
Okay. Do we have a motion as council just stated?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Trustee Miller?
Okay.
Trustee Rogan?
Aye.
And Trustee Caravas?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Counselor. Discussion on future agenda items. Any trustees have any requests for future agenda items? Okay, I guess we want to keep our meetings short in the future, huh? How about a summary of action items?
Okay.
Clerk Vasquez?
Yep, I've got number one, there was a rapid flashing light by the ice rink in LMJ that needs attention. There is to be an update on the Lomar status. Number three, move forward with the Longmont Coalition grant application for the Brownfields assessment. Number four, the September 7th, there'll be the fiber workshop and first reading on an ordinance. Number five, find costs with Boulder County for multiple ballot questions. Find where Boulder County stands with restrictive covenants for ballot questions. And see if we could get a letter of intent from the Carrolls for the solar farm. Number eight is forward all the Carroll agreements to the mayor and to the Board of Trustees. Number nine, art sales in town hall, follow up on who collects proceeds and follow up with sales tax. Number 10 was to terminate the lease with Ray's River Rentals. Number 11 was to waive the development plan review process requirement for Main Stage Brewing. Number 12 was to have Administrator Simonson contact the county on Lot F regarding zoning and conservation easements. And then this last one was to draft a resolution to form the task force for the LoRa.
Administrator Simonson, any additions?
The only other item I have is from the workshop, and that was regarding reaching out to Trustee Lowell regarding his priorities.
Thank you. Counselor?
That was very comprehensive. I have no further additions.
I finally got them all.
100%, 100%. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
No, I'm sure there'll be no discussion. Could we please have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
and Trustee Caravas.
All right.
This meeting is adjourned and it's 9:35. Not bad, you guys. That's what I
Well
call a
done.
good meeting. Thank you. Be safe, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye.
Everyone.